Folks, welcome back to College Warzone. It's time for our second qualifier of the tournament. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Spider Tiff. We're going to be bringing you the action for today. Tiff, how are you doing today?
Hey, I'm feeling absolutely amazing. Anytime I get to hop on the mic and shout over some Warzone, it's a solid day. And to do it alongside you, Seymour, it could not be better.
No, I could totally agree with you on that one. I mean, it just couldn't be any better. We're going to be getting some more action. Last week was crazy, but Northwood absolutely tore things up. They look nasty, and they're here to run it back again, so I'm looking forward to it. But, Tiff, I think we should take a look at the schedule and, run over the format. Why don't you run things over for us?
Of course, I'd be more than happy to. As you said in the opening, we are on qualifier number 2, which means last week we kicked it off with qualifier 1. As you can see, qualifier 3 will be on August 29th all the way throughout September, leading up to the playoffs in October 1st. That's what all of these teams here are vying for a spot in, and the pricing is as follows: $300 for the first place qualifier winners. That's going to be through rounds 1 through 7. And then we talk about the playoffs, $3,000 for first place, and then vice versa, all the way down to the 5th place, $900. But what's really cool here is that bonus $100 to the player with the most kills in a single drop in playoffs. We need the fraggers, Seymour. We need the fraggers.
Oh, we sure do. Honestly, I'm going to be looking at that because, I mean, even last week, Colorado State Rams, they dropped a 29-kill game. Northwood dropped a 30-kill game. So we're going to have to see, what we're going to get today and what we're going to get throughout playoffs as well. But Tiff, let's take a look at the format that we're going to be looking at today.
Yeah, that's going to be the really fun part, because these are your keys to success and how you're going to come out on top. If you want to kind of undermine Northwood and unseat them from that first place spot, you are going to be looking at it's trio. So 3 players and 1 substitute allowed per team. The teams will be from the same universities, and they are dropping into 5 private match lobbies. So these are not pubs lobbies. They are all going to be going up against each other. As far as scoring, each elimination is garnering 1 point. But this is where things get dicey, and this is the most important part, because placement matters here. You're going to find yourself with that 2x multiplier for first place, all the way down with 21st and on getting you only a 1x multiplier. So you get 10 kills. 10 times 1 is 10. So you really need to find yourself in a high up placement multiplier.
Quick maths right there. You guys want to make sure that you're getting the most points. You got to make it efficient inside the lobbies as well. But Tiff, that was excellent format breakdown. And I was told that you made a little bit of a video breaking it down more in depth. So let's toss it to the video. Let's get a more in-depth breakdown of what we're going to be seeing today. And we'll see you on the other side with some more College Warzone.
Welcome to College Warzone. This fall, schools will have the opportunity to compete for $10,000 in prizing across 8 weeks of intense Warzone action. Starting on August 15th, the event will consist of 7 qualifiers that will determine which teams will compete in the College Warzone playoffs. Each qualifier will consist of 50 trios from schools across the United States and Canada. The spots in each qualifier are first come, first serve, so don't forget to register early. Each qualifier will consist of 5 rounds. Points will be awarded after every round for each kill, with a multiplier added based on the team's placement. Following each qualifier, teams will be awarded playoff points based on their finishing position, which are then safely locked away. In addition to playoff points, the top 3 teams from each qualifier will receive an automatic bid into the College Warzone playoffs. 50 teams will qualify for those playoffs, and any playoff positions not taken by a team with an automatic bid will be filled by the teams with the most playoff points. Playoff points are awarded to the players and will compound for the entire event. This allows teams to make roster changes between qualifiers without losing all of their points. However, automatic bids are for a full team. These teams must compete together in the playoffs or lose their bid. Don't worry though, teams can compete for another automatic bid in a later qualifier or qualify for the playoffs on points. Playoff points also seed the playoffs. The 20 highest seeds will receive bonus starting points based on their performance in the qualifiers. The playoffs will consist of 8 rounds where each team's lowest score is dropped. The top 5 teams will receive a piece of the prize pool, and every team that won a qualifier will receive a $300 bonus. So get ready to see the best collegiate Warzone teams clash on October 1st as we look to crown the esteemed college Warzone champions.
We are in for quite the doozy of a season here in College Warzone. Can I say for a second, it's awesome what we got going on right now. You know, we have CCL and now we have College Warzone. That's just a crazy idea, Tiff.
I mean, crazy indeed. And I talk about this all the time. I'm always so sad because, you know, I came from a school that did really well in the CCL season, and they didn't have an esports team when I went there. So I'm a little ashamed. And if that dates me, that's fine. But all of the cool things that are up and coming and all of these seasons, and as we look forward to Modern Warfare 2, just so many cool things going on. And I couldn't be more happy to see just how everyone gets to duke it out for a $10,000 prize pool in the playoffs. I mean, that's pretty nutty.
Oh no, it is pretty nutty, and I'm right around there with you. I'm a little bit jealous of what we're seeing here for College Warzone, of the players to be exact. But let's talk about some of these players. Let's talk about some of these teams, because we have some notable ones that we want to be looking at for today on screen inside qualifier number 2. To be looking at, you know, I think I'm going to start off with, you know, Longhorn Gaming A, Saucy, Menace, and Mickey. I'm glad they're up on screen because this trio, you know, we got to see them inside of the CCL 2022 season, Tiff, and they were quite the dark horse in that season. And so I expect a lot out of them. We got a good showing from them last week, and I think they're a team to be looking at again.
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned them from last week. They placed 4th, right? So if you're just outside that auto qualification spot, you're coming back with vengeance. You were so close, and you want to go ahead and get your auto qualification out of the way. Now, mind you, there are 7 qualifiers, as we said in the beginning, but just to get it out of the way and have it done and know that you can play the rest of the qualifiers for practice and what you need to do, I think that's going to be great. But jumping on over, we got Ian Icod. I can't say it right. I'm from Illinois, and you'd be surprised that I can't even say it right. That's going to be OG Capo, Shuffy, and Exy. And this team, you know, Urbana, Champagne, and I mean, I'm glad they're here playing Warzone and not really thinking about unofficial. And if you're not from that area, you don't know what that is. And I wonder if that's even still a thing at the college university.
I'm not too sure. You know,
Yeah.
from Canada myself, so I don't, you know, at least you're not like me who would say Illinois is the first time. You know, I was saying it, but we're gonna move on from that one. We're gonna look at Fisher Falcons with Schmalz, Snap, and Cap Crew 5. Who are also coming in to be a team to look at. This is, you know, a squad that not a lot of people are going to have their eyes on, but, you know, we're going to be paying attention to them because there's another team that a little bit of a dark horse here.
Yeah, I like that you brought it up. It's kind of like the consistency is the key for these teams because they are dropping in through 5 matches. And in order to make sure that you can find yourself at the top of the leaderboard, there's like usually a sweet spot that you need to hit per game or just have a massive high kill, high placement game to really net yourself up there. So with Fisher Falcons, that's kind of what I'm looking for, is to kind of like lay down a little bit more of that consistency. Sure, week 1, you can kind of get it out of your way, maybe dust some of the rust off, learn kind of the flow of how other teams are playing. Granted, they came in 8th with 63.1 points, and I think the mark, you need to be somewhere north of 120 to net yourself in the top 3. Now, whether or not that stays the same here in Qualifier 2, we will see. But yeah, looking for some consistency here out of the Fisher Falcons, and I think we may see that here tonight.
We say it a number of times when we're looking at Warzone. Consistency is going to be key. We saw it in the format. We saw it in, you know, what we're going to be looking at in these players. And I think it's what we're going to be looking at when we're looking at these new teams as well, because not only are they going to be new to College Warzone, but they're also new to the collegiate scene in general, some of these players. So we're going to look at how they're going to be opting into the season. But Barry Bucks in particular, a team that we got to see last year in the CCL 2022 season, not in College Warzone yet. They're coming in with Indivin, Marskis, and a new player on the roster, Yas.
Ooh, let's go. You're right. Returning from the same roster last year, but Yas is going to be that new member. And I kind of like to see that. I'm curious to see kind of what their strategy is going to be. And I always say that map number 1 is that kind of information game. And they're kind of going to dust that rust off, figure out how the play style works and how they can mesh through the lobby. And I think Barry Bucks, like, we need to keep an eye on them today and see kind of how they're going to go out through that mid and early game. But jumping on over to SIU Esports, now we're talking. I graduated from SIUE, so this is down in that vicinity. This is actually going to be Carbondale. We got Buzz, SpillX, User Ninja 68, and this team right here, I'm looking at Buzz specifically. If there's one thing, yeah, his name isn't SpillX, but my understanding, Buzz is the X factor. You know, longtime CCL competitor, and I feel as if might be able to garner like that experience and show SpillX and User Ninja kind of the way, right? The lay of the land and how they want to lead the team to victory.
Yeah, that Niner card, the last one to be looking at as well. If you can look for like an X factor in that team, I think you're looking at, you know, Bell's the new player on that block for Niner COD to kind of turn up and be the one to really show up for this team in College Warzone. We got to see them, you know, here and there in CCL as well, so it's another team that's going to be showing up in College Warzone for the first time ever. So folks at home, if you're looking at teams who are maybe new to keep your eyes on today in qualifier number 2, it's going to be these 3 on screen. But those are going to be the teams to keep your eyes out, folks, and I can't wait to see exactly what they bring when we do get into the map. Tiff, it does seem like we're kind of through with talking about, you know, notable teams to look at, formats as well. I think it's time to kind of bring our new guest onto the desk. So I'm going to welcome Lieutenant Aaron Jones to the Try Box here. How are you doing?
Hey, I'm doing great. I'm excited. We get to watch some Warzone, so this is going to be a good night.
It is going to be a good night. And for everybody at home who, you know, might not know who you are, seeing you for the first time, why don't you introduce yourself?
Yeah, so like you said earlier, I am Lieutenant Jones. I am the captain of the U.S. Navy's esports team, Goats and Glory.
That's awesome. Captain of the team. Captain,
right.
My captain, right there. Why don't you tell me a little bit, or why don't you tell us all a little bit about Goats and Glory? Because, you know, from what I understand, it's an amazing thing that you guys got going on over there.
Yeah, this is the best job in the Navy. I've done a lot of cool stuff in the Navy. Don't get me wrong. I've been in a plane that landed on a carrier. You know, it's like a roller coaster. But I got to say, being on the Goats and Glory team is awesome. So we are the Navy's esports team. So we're 12-plus individuals that are all active duty or reserve Navy. And this is our day job. So for 3 years, we show up every day to our dedicated esports facility. We practice different games, and then we travel the country putting on events for colleges and high schools and getting to compete against some of the best.
I love that.
It just sounds like the coolest job to have ever in the Navy. I'm jealous. That's awesome. Both my brothers are in the Navy too, and they don't do that, so they're not as cool as you. But, you know, beside that, we can forget about, you know, trashing on my brothers for a second. Why don't you tell us a little bit, like, what's your role inside of it in general? I know you gave us a little bit of a sneak peek of, you know, what you do day to day, but you yourself as the captain of the team, you know, what do you kind of bring together there?
It's a lot. So basically, in the Navy side, right, I'm the division officer. So I'm responsible for the men and women who work here with me, and I'm making sure that their welfare is okay and that we're getting the job done. But on the gaming side, I play on a couple of the different teams. So I play Call of Duty Warzone a little bit, League of Legends, Apex Legends. Those are my games. So I spend my day practicing those, leading our teams in those. And then I spearhead a lot of the events we get to go to. So we got to host an awesome tournament in Denver with 22 teams showing up, Philly with 22 teams showing up. It's great, and it's an interesting job to have, right? Because when you think Navy, you think, you know, either boats or planes. That's pretty much it. I play video games.
That's awesome.
Yeah,
that's awesome, and it's going to lead into, you know, a little bit of what we got going on here too with College Warzone. It's you know, interesting things for today is, you know, notable teams that we were talking about, you know, beforehand. Do you have anybody that you're looking at today inside of the stream to watch out for?
Absolutely. Colorado State University, the Rams. I know they came in second last week, right? They won game 1, they won game 5. The other 3 games, they didn't even break top 20. But I think with a little bit more consistency, right, I think that they are going to sweep this. We played against them in a couple different games now, so we got to play against them in Denver against their League of Legends team, which was great. I think that this is the school to watch. This is the team that's going to win.
Ooh.
Well, I'm looking forward to seeing what they got. Tiff, I'm going to throw it to you now for it. You know, after everything that we've talked about opening up this show, who do you got your eyes on?
I mean, look, I'm not not going to call out the CSU Rams. I think I'm looking at a different school. And as much as I think the Lassics got the right vibes and everything associated with that team, I'm going to go with VCU. I think VCU COD is going to take this. And there's a reason for that. We talk about the consistency. I love that you outlined that as well. But we have FaZe Blue on this college team, and I think last week was just them kind of getting the dust off, right? You have to kind of, when you're utilizing and working with new people, I think that's a moment to shine. They came in 5th in qualifier 1, 85.3 points, and I think this week, gearing towards what I saw out of him this weekend, I think they're going to be coming out really strong.
I'm looking forward to it. Me, myself, I'm not going to, give a complex answer to this one. There's only one team that I'm going to be looking at today, and it's Northwood. I mean, they pulled out pure dominance last week. They looked unstoppable, a 30-kill game. I'm looking at them to go back-to-back today. I think that they definitely can do it. I mean, they're CCL 2022 champions as well. There's no other team that I'm going to be looking at to bring the dominance. But before, we move on from this, Thalassic, one last thing. Is there anybody you'd like to give some shout-outs to?
Oh my goodness. See, I was not expecting that. Shout outs. Yeah, sure. Let's shout out my wife. Honestly, best woman I've ever met. I absolutely love her. But I gotta say, CSU Rams, if you're watching right now, if you let me down, I'm gonna be so disappointed in you. So, yeah, do something tonight, guys. Don't let Northwood beat you. Yeah, come on.
The second place isn't good enough for Thalassic. CSU Rams. We're going to be looking at you to do a little bit better today, but thank you for coming on Thalassic. And for everybody who wants to get more information about Goats and Glory, you can learn more at the American Navy. So I want to give a big shout out to the American Navy. You can go follow them on all their social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram. Go to American Navy to find out. And if you want to find out more online, you can go to Navy.com to get more information and check that one out. But that's going to be all for the desk segment for now. If you guys want to tune in and check out for more for College Warzone, we're going to be looking at gameplay on the other side of the break, and make sure you're sticking to it as well, because we got some giveaways going on for Fanatics. We got some $50 gift cards in between games 1, 2, 3, and 4. So make sure you're around, that you don't miss out on that. And we'll be back soon with some College Warzone. And we are back with some more College Warzone. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Tiff. We just had our opening death segments with Lieutenant Jones. Big thank you to him for coming on. It was a treasure to hear about Goats and Glory, Tiff. I mean, it sounds great over there.
It really does. I mean, when people are like, this is my job, I get to, yes, I'm in the Navy, but I'm also playing video games. It's hard to kind of explain that to people. I mean, they're not going to believe it, right? Because I wouldn't believe that at all, but I totally respect it. Super great, super nice guy. And the fact that his wifey also plays awesome games like Far Cry 5, look, I'm a fan.
Yeah, we were asking in the break room, in the green room, you know, and we know you play games, but does wifey play games? And she's like, or he said, yeah, it's just she doesn't play games like, you know, we do. And Far Cry is a fantastic game. Nah, that's absolutely sick. You can play some of that, but we're not going to be playing Far Cry tonight. We're going to be playing Warzone tonight, or at least you and I are going to be watching some Warzone. And you were talking about VCU. I like that you're talking about them because last week in our first qualifier, they didn't have as good of a run as you would have hoped for coming in, especially for FaZe Blue making, I guess, his debut inside of the college scene for Call of Duty. And, you know, coming into this, I'm right alongside you. You know, I said I was looking at Northwood at going back-to-back, but I think I'm hoping to see them actually turn up a little bit more today rather than what we saw last week.
Yeah, and I think that's something that's really special that you brought up. You're like, you know, you have to, when you're coming in with a new trio or people that you may not be experienced with playing, it takes a little bit of time to develop that team chemistry. And sometimes that isn't done in just a week or two. And a lot of these students are just starting back in school today. So, you know, first day of school, maybe they're running around the dorms, running around campus, getting crazy, and they're jumping into Caldera for the evening. It's a busy day, but I think that a lot of these guys are dedicated gamers, you know, and they're going to put this first and foremost. I mean, classes are important, I get it, but like Warzone is so much better.
I think we got to emphasize a little bit too, because it's not just Caldera that we're jumping into. We're jumping into Caldera with no bans at all. Like, come on. So this is about to get a little bit chaotic, Tiff.
Yeah, so I know a lot of people were talking about kind of the rocket launchers, the riot shields, the explosives, but a lot of things that I've been seeing are the lethal spam. So those explosions, right? Semtex. A lot of people are using stims like with serpentine, right? Those perks. If you have a stim and you have a serpentine, it's going to be really, really hard to take someone down from a distance or even at close because they can just stim away and, you know, finesse and spam YY or do whatever those TikTok movement gods are doing these days, but they can just kind of get away from you. So I feel like a lot of these teams are going to have to be like, hey, I've got someone spotted. I'm going to put a live ping on them. Let's count it down, 3, 2, 1, and team shoot them because that is actually super efficient. And you mentioned no bans. I want to see some snipers, the 3-line. And then even this weekend, we saw people breaking out the Gorenko over in EU. And that's an anti-tank sniper rifle. It's kind of nutty. It's pretty much hit scan at a mid-range distance. And I expect no one to pick it up, but it would be really cool to see it.
It destroys it, you know, me in my public lobby games and people in their private matches as well. So 100% I'm going to be watching for a lot of those to come out as well without the bans. But, you know, do you think it's going to affect the pacing of the game personally?
It could be a little wild at the beginning. It depends, right? We're going to find everything on map 1. We're going to garner a lot of information to see kind of where people are landing. I'd expect a lot of the teams that found success or maybe auto-qualified last week in Qualifier 1 will probably stick to what they know, right? If they landed in a heavily populated POI, they'll probably consistently do that and go on the aggressive front. You want to prioritize bounties, UAVs. I think that's going to be really smart. Get your cash up early, get a quick loadout. In custom lobbies, our private lobbies tonight, loadouts tend to drop a little bit slower than they would if you were normally out in like the public lobby. So getting that early on loadout and going on the aggression and be the aggression, the person that's the aggressor, not the one being hunted, is the key to success here.
No, exactly. And you know, I think it's something to be said that there's a little bit of a, I guess, a uniqueness to this tournament because since this is only qualifier number 2 and today's like the last time we're going to be seeing this instance of Caldera because we're going to get a new season very soon. You got to think, you know, from qualifier 2 to qualifier 3, we're about to get 2 very different games.
everything's gonna change. I mean, I've been kind of reading and lurking and seeing kind of what's to come on Tuesday, because it's going to be a dynamic difference. There are things like Rage Serum. Now, I'm not sure how the details of that are gonna work, but increasing the melee distance, I'm scared. If someone came at me with a Riot Shield and Cali Sticks, I'm going to uninstall my, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not gonna, I might throw my keyboard, but just kidding.
So
not even.
basically, they're
but...
just going to bring Commando Pro back.
Yeah, it's just gonna be it'll be a really, really dangerous time. And I think that would be extremely funny. Like, if you've already auto-qualled and you just want to have some serious fun out there, break out the Riot Shield, the Cali Sticks, and just run around on Rage Serum.
You know, we were talking about back in our first qualifier last week how we already have, you know, CSU, Northwood, and Texas A&M International already qualified for playoffs. So, you know, maybe we will get to see them have a little bit of fun, because we didn't get a lot of fun last week. I was kind of a little bit let down by the lack of Riot Shields. I know that's crazy for me to say, but the lack of, you know, fun things going on the map. I'm hoping that, like, a lot of teams, now that we're into the second qualifier, are going to loosen up a little bit, you know, enjoy their time, see if we can see, like, funny strats come out. It just changes, you know, throughout the pace of game. As players get more comfortable in the collegiate Warzone scene, I think we're going to be seeing a lot more of that, because this is definitely new to a lot of these players who are mostly, I guess, used to playing variant lobbies inside of 4v4 from the CCL, you know, the past CCL seasons. So it's interesting to see them really translate from 4v4 to Warzone, because, you know, last week it was all business.
I love that you mentioned the, like, transition between multiplayer to Warzone, because I know you've seen the timeline lately with all the discussions with Warzone pros and CDL pros and how they're like, how do you switch between, right? Like, it's like, does the multiplayer transfer over to Warzone? Does Warzone transfer over to multiplayer? But I mean, you talk about Northwood. They're your 2022 champs, right? And they found success early on in week 1 qualifier. So I personally, you know, I think it's whatever. I just love reading the timelines and seeing all the little drama, and people just love to kind of come up with anything and everything. But you talk about the funny strats. I'm curious to what you think a funny strat is, because I would love to see at least one member of the team running a 3-line rifle.
Well, when I think of a funny strat, me personally, I think of, you know, hiding in a bush with a Riot Shield, waiting for somebody to run by and completely ruining their day. That would be funny to me. I would think that's absurd to see, especially in something where you got like a prize pool of $10,000 on the line. Just seeing something like that, it makes me laugh. It makes me chuckle. The fact that somebody will actually go out of their way to do that.
Has that happened to you, Seymour? Because I'm speaking from personal experience. That has definitely happened to me, usually around the area of neighborhood in the map. Some people call it wagers. There's some houses there and there's a lot of bushes. And my friend went down to this man that was physically hiding in a bush, just stagnant, just not moving, chilling, only shooting. I did a full, like, 360 around him, didn't even notice me. And I just assassinated him. And I was like, and this guy took down my friend, who is an absolute demon. So, hey, you know, it could happen. We could see that here tonight. If someone wants to really be that person, they can do it.
If you want to be that guy, be that guy. I'm ready for it. Just do it. I'm waiting to see somebody do that. I think it would be absolutely hilarious. I know there's people who are probably like, what are you talking about? That is horrible to say. That is horrible to wish onto somebody, but I want to see it. I want to see it happen. I think it would be kind of hilarious, personally. But folks, if you're wondering what's going on right now, it seems like we are having a little bit of issues getting the whole lobby together, but, you know, we're getting them back into the lobby, and we're going to get into our first match of the day as quick as possible. Just as a reminder, there are going to be 5 matches to look at throughout the day, so 4 teams that are jumping in. You don't have to worry about having a bad game inside of the first one. You can always bounce back in the next 4. I think that's definitely important to talk about, because Tiff, you and I, we were mentioning consistency. There's always going to be time to bounce back. If you have a bad first game, there's 4 more after that you can turn it around.
Yeah, and I think that's a really solid point. Typically, I think I mentioned it briefly earlier, there's usually like a sweet spot in the number of points that you need to garner per game to be successful, right? And I think you said that Northwood had at the end around 189 points between 5 games. Now, that took them to the top of the leaderboard. In one of those games, they had a 30 elim game. So that's pretty massive. and that's a good way to have that trajectory and kind of shoot you up the leaderboard and give you some cushion. But yeah, if you do have that bad game, shake it off, you know, no worries. RNG does happen. Sometimes you land in a POI, and just unfortunately there's 5 other teams. You find a bazooka or whatever, and the other team's landing on like an Owen gun, and you just absolutely get fried. It happens. The ground loot this season is really great with the Cooper carbine. You've got the Marco, the Blixen on the ground. So many great options, and I'm just excited to see what's going to happen.
Do you have a favorite gun?
Personally, like loadout wise,
Yeah.
I've been running the STG lately. I saw a lot of people utilizing the bipod attachment this weekend, so I made some changes to my loadout today, and currently it's the STG with the Armagra. I don't know how to say it right. I call it the Arma, so I don't want to mess it up, but I feel like the Arma is just one of those SMGs that is really, really strong if you're up close and in their face. Marco SMG is going to be absolutely preferential if you're using that for that mid-range fighting. And also, I think we're going to see the KGM40 a lot for the AR choice of the day, because yes, the ADS is a little bit slower than the STG, but it's going to hit way harder.
I'm right alongside you right there. I usually use the Arma or the Marco SMG, then the KGM40 has just been perfect for my preference
100%.
and for a lot of people. So definitely looking out for those on the map. Want to see if we get some bipod today on that STG. I haven't seen the bipod get used personally, but
yeah, it's
I'm
been
gonna
a
be watching
little
for it.
weird. It's kind of new, right? It helps reduce that recoil, but hey, jumping on in game 1, we are on board with a little bit of Mickey action. That's going to be saucy and menace for the teammates, and they went on and they grabbed that early scavenger contract, which I think this is going to be really a key to success here. You want to get those scavs in, get them finished, grab that money, and land near a buy station where you can get your loadout as quickly as possible. So this team right here already doing what it takes to be successful.
And they're already being hunted too, so you got to be aware that the threat's not going to be too high early on, but potential for an early engagement here for the Longhorns. So that's something, you know, to maybe watch out for if you want to get closer to the loadout as well. You know, wait for the teams to take the engagement. Hopefully just protect your teammate, get an extra $500 for the whole squad. But I'm liking that style, you know, to wait, get that loadout, get loaded up right off the bit. But looks like we're in for VCU. Dragon Dino already in the gulag. Stan the Carman on the opposite end from what looks like the University of North America. Stim shot in. Overtime's going to be popped. Nowhere to be inside. Looks like a little bit of ring around the rosy for our first ever gulag. And unfortunately, Dragon Dino's going to go out.
Yeah, he doesn't look too pumped about that, and that's kind of a really sad thing to have happen. It looks like FaZe Blue also going to fall as well, but let's jump on over to Auburn from the UNA Dragons, which I probably just butchered that. I don't know my abbreviations, but going to get absolutely aggressive, and that man is going to push right up on him and take him out. That's really unfortunate. Hopefully the other 2 members of the team can kind of keep that going. But jumping back on over to the Longhorns, they are still killing it. Gonna go ahead and try to get that early on loadout, but it's just kind of a moment where we're having a lot of people that went to the gulag early, so they all got early aggression. But if you're gonna get a gun in the gulag, you want that MP40 running down the right side line, trying to find some information on the opponent. Not able to get a good line of sight just yet, but we'll see if they can pull it off.
That was the Son of Pain, recent follower to Fiasco. And Fiasco's going to win his gulag. Paint, that's you. You blessed that one right there. And, you know, I've been noticing a lot of, you know, full teams being down in the gulag, Tiff. So obviously we're getting a lot of contestions off of the drops, which is definitely going to be stirring things up through the mid game. I'm expecting a lot of early eliminations, and that's going to put some players into clutch situations like Fiasco's finding himself in now.
Yeah, it's one of those moments where you're like, right, clutch or kick at this point. So you need to find a POI that was not going to be dropped at, but it seemed like a lot of the same people, or maybe multiple teams, maybe went to those heavily populated POIs, whether that was Peak or Airfield, and you've got to find a POI that's one of those like regain places now. Like, for a sense, Factory used to be mine, but now Factory is one of those places that are a heavily populated like drop zone, and you want to stay just as far away from the drop line as possible. But looks like this has got some good loot on the ground, so there's no cash yet, just plenty of shields though, so no shortage of them.
Yeah, he's got to make his way over to the circle as well, as the zone's going to be closing in for the first circle. Didn't catch how far he's got to walk, but it does look like it's nowhere to be seen on his mini-map. So Fiasco's got a ways to go. Not a lot of cash either. So to bring back Crook and Combat, it's going to be a long game right now for Fiasco.
Yeah, and as soon as you say that, finds a nice load of cash right there. So hopefully just a little bit more. So there's going to be one player back right there. You can see the buy station is pretty close by. So able to get one person back, they can start looting up and get their team on that full regain. But it's going to cost, you know, another $3,000 to get the second or the third and final member up of their team. Then they're going to have to find money for a loadout because it's going to be approximately 4 minutes until that free loadout will drop in customs. It drops after the first circle closes. But jumping on over to Ronan right here in the Gulag with that Type 11 SMG, that line of sight is really tough. So choosing the left lane in the Gulag is going to be the key to success here. And as we say that, easy. That's a textbook Gulag. You've got to feel good about it.
I barely saw him. The size of that iron sight, I barely saw him.
Yeah. It's tough. If you go to the right line of sight, that entire weapon will cover your entire screen, and you are just asking to be decimated. So very smart play there.
You know, I always have a sight on my Type 11. I don't think I've ever picked it up with an iron sight on it. So I honestly never seen it and how big the iron sights actually are. So that is wild. As we're taking a look now at one of our notable teams to look at, you know, returning to today, that was Illini. Trying to work their way through. They look topped off as well. Back into the Gulag. Marskis versus Thugger. This is going to be a big one.
Ooh.
This is going to be a big one. A Northwood player on the line. Thugger on the hunt. Stim shot back up healthy. And Marskis almost gets it done with the slide. He wants to take the fight right to Thugger, but it looks like he was ready for the fight.
Bro, the fact that his calling card just says, "It's my year," it's like, that's the confidence right there. But jumping on over, unfortunately, OG Capo from INI COD is going to fall and find themselves in the Gulag, leaving both members of their team back on Caldera. Hopefully they can make it out alive and keep it moving for them, but we'll have to see. Coming on over to Schmalz here. You see that serpentine right there, the little snake on the screen. It's like, you cannot actually get that down, but you've got to watch out, because the moment you start firing into a team, you're going to leave yourself open, because everyone's going to hear that gunfire, and next thing you know, you're getting tagged up from the back, and Cap Crew going to fall and get completely thirsted out. 2 members of the team remaining, and now you've got to kind of just reposition yourself, and kind of get some information on where those other members of the team that you're fighting are.
Yeah, Fisher down 1 player, but it seems like they're able to restabilize with a trade on their avenged or their fallen comrade. OG Capo from Illini is going to return to his team back to Caldera. As Fisher now, Cap Crew, he has to be redeployed. They have plenty of cash to make it happen, but they're still in a fight, Tiff, so job's not done just yet. Cap Crew and Schmalz, or Ka and Schmalz, are going to take to the roofs to see if they can clutch things up here. Should be a 2v2 with the fact that they did avenge Cap Crew when he earlier went down, but they don't know exactly where the team is. They have an idea, but doesn't seem like Schmalz is able to see anything just yet, and he doesn't even have a lot of plates to work with too, so not in a very comfortable situation.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough, because I think the key to success is knowing when you need to disengage from a fight and maybe focus on that player advantage. But they're going to keep going and trying to, like, utilize and take down a lot of the shields that maybe that enemy team has. And at this point, it's like, hey, let's group up, reposition. You're running out of shields here, Schmalz. You're making the decision, hey, this is probably a moment where you just need to back up, go to a buy station. You can get yourself some plates, get your member of your team back up and ready. And as you can see, the cluster is coming in. So I think they made a very valiant choice here.
Yeah, the cluster box is about a little bit, and just like you hinted to, they're going to back up, buy back Cap Crew, and he doesn't opt to grab armor place just yet. He knows that there's still some looting to be done, so see if he can go the natural way of getting his armor topped off. But Cap Crew is going to return to the team. Armor will be bought, after all, by Schmalz, so now that's going to put Fisher back into a very good situation, especially if they want to go back in to challenge that team, because for all that team knows, it's still going to be a 2v2 unless they realize Cap Crew gets brought back.
And I think that's what's going to be the success, right? You kind of backed off, you regained. They even had enough cash to be able to purchase a UAV, which I think would have been really smart for them to get that information out. But hey, back on over to OG Capo. They've got their loadout, and we are seeing that KGM40. And just look at how it absolutely fries, making it look so easy. I actually have that same blueprint, and it looks really well. So I'm going to pretend that when I use my KG, it looks just like that, you know, so perfectly on point. Gunny, impeccable.
Oh, indeed. 4 eliminations, too, for Capo, so That's really good for Illini when it comes to points and placements. Still with 35 trios alive. You have some time before you get to actually worry about, placements multiplying. But with those 4 eliminations, if you make it to the end game, things are only going to stack even more. And it seems like the comms are noticing players down the hill. They are early shots. It's a good crack of the armor from Capo. Not dedicated to the fight just yet. Information from his teammate decides that there's still some players to watch out for up the hill, so it looks like Capo wants to go return and see if he can close the distance between him and Shufi.
Yeah, and I think that's really smart. But when you start getting tagged up from the back and you're kind of stuck in this mid-ground area, there's no cover here. It's going to put you in a very precarious situation because, like, hey, how do I kind of get out of this moment? I don't have any more stims. I'm not sure the best way to do this, and now your member is going to be in the gulag. You're trying to find a nice line of sight, but unfortunately, that's just such a good head peek. And even with the self-res, I don't think it's going to be enough because you're completely pinched here. Now we got to look at Xe, right? Xe is just up the mountain. Can they go ahead and get the players that are above them down and out so OG Capo can kind of find success and make his way back up? But out of plates, out of options, it's going to be tough.
Yeah, Xe looking to be the main character of the story, to be the hero for his team right now, but Capo gets the self-res up and managed to finesse his life down the hill for now. No armor plate, so completely hung to dry right now, but shots from the side. Capo's got to escape, tag down low. Things are a little bit tight right now for Capo. He's got to use the stim shot maybe to get out of there, but I believe he's going to swing side to side while trying to spot out where these enemies are, as this is not a good position to be in. Shufi wins his gulag, so is going to be able to return back to Caldera, but as Capo goes down, Xe, you need to make that deciding factor right now if you want to help out Capo or if you want to just get out of there and secure some better positioning for the zone.
Yeah, I think at this point, it's better off to just get out of Dodge. Get off this hillside, get through Peak, and I don't know if they're going to be able to do it. I would go around it. They can eventually get some money and get their teammates back, but we just saw a brief moment there. They're north of double digits on kills as a team, so this is going to be a massive game once they can get up in those placement multipliers. So I think this is a moment where they just need to kind of focus on that regain. They have enough cash to get their teammate back. They just got to get to a buy station, and you can see right there, they're going to go ahead and ping it and make their way over to it. And I think that's a solid choice, but rotating through Peak can be incredibly difficult because we saw just how well they were being held on the left side of Peak, and that's what you got to watch out for. But Xe does have that heartbeat monitor on the deck there. You can check it, and sometimes, it really does help. But usually in custom lobbies, some people will grab Ghost, but a lot of people will prefer to grab that AR SMG on the first loadout and Ghost on the second.
Yeah, it doesn't ping anybody on that heartbeat monitor, but definitely going to be checking it. Nice shots here from University of North America. Won't hit the mark on a few, but early damage is going to drop that team out of the sight lines. Cracks the armor, almost finds the down mid-air. That would have been sick from Auburn, but gonna have to go the old reliable route and take the gunfight on the ground. How boring.
How boring. I don't get to shoot someone out of the air. Oh, how unlucky. But hey, repositioning yourself is going to be really great here, because I noticed that what a lot of players do that I typically don't is I repeak, right? I will repeak the same side over and over again, and I should never do that. But what you'll see here is a lot of these players, they'll, find some success, maybe get a crack and reposition themselves. And you can see right now, XAV League is going to fall, and now Auburn is going to have to clutch it up. Does have enough reshielding moments here, but can you get out of the line of sight? Unfortunately, Auburn's going to be taken down as well. Now, Batman last alive for the team, gonna go ahead and try to stick the res on Auburn, which I think is going to be going off without a hitch. Maybe you can get your shields back up and reposition, and don't peek from the same side. Don't be like me.
Yeah, right now the hero his team needs, not the hero they deserve with the positioning that they're in. But you see the respect from both teams as they haven't just full-on blitzed right onto the rock to take them down. This is not going to be an easy position to weed out Auburn and Batman from. Right on top. The shots are good, and they have a lot of information on oncoming traffic, but haven't yet been able to decide which one they really want to jump onto just yet, Tiff. You can see that this new safe zone is going to be identified. It is a ways to go to get into that safe zone if you are this team. And a cluster strike, this is definitely probably the best way to weed them out. What a
It
redeploy.
is.
I love this.
Yes, you gotta love those portable redeploy balloons that were added into Caldera. They make traversing the map a lot easier. And sometimes you just gotta throw one down, get out of dodge, and reposition. And look, they are just into the outside of the range, but you can see some shots coming in. So there may be some people in the vicinity lurking about. So you do need to keep an eye out from that. If all else fails, you can just hop on the balloon as well here. But you do need to go ahead and figure out a way to get your teammate back. There is a buy station just south of them, so they can make that happen as well. And maybe work towards finding some cash for the loadout so, you know, when we can get kitted back up.
It's potentially the case. Trying to get XAV League back. They have, like you said, the cash to make it happen now. 4,700 on Batman. They're walking up to the buy station, but ever so slowly, they spot a team. Nice crack there. Serpentine's going to allow his opponent to swivel on throw. Still goes down, and the fold down for the team will be an elimination for Batman. But now this is going to make it even harder to get to that buy station, Tiff. I mean, you just let everybody know where you are. And there's going to be a high alert to try to shut them down. But beautiful shots there from Auburn. Backs up that team. Won't give them the opportunity to get to that buy station. So they're going to head back up the hill. And here's the danger zone right now as they go up the hill. It's the team that was holding them back onto the cliff to peek on out. Take them down. It's Cap Crew to get the job done. So Cap Crew, player who was eliminated earlier and brought back, still thriving over in Fisher.
Yeah, that's going to be the Fisher Falcons. They finished 8th in Qualifier 1 last week, so they are looking to make a strong comeback here. And speaking of comebacks, Batman, last alive for the team right now, does have the cash to be able to get some of the members of the team back, but they are going to have to make sure they can survive this moment. Now, I'm thinking about this. What do we do to get out? We kind of walk a little slowly, kind of traverse. He's got a line of sight, but you've got to be smart about it. So nade's going out. I do love that. Maybe we can connect or maybe stick someone, get some early damage in, reposition, maybe take some high ground, go to the roof. But I'm scared when you start climbing up those ladders if you kind of get hung out there and someone comes behind you. But now you've got to be a little smart. Does get some early shots on, is able to get the crack, but unfortunately Batman is going to fall, and unfortunately that is going to be all they wrote. 24th place, just outside of where the placement multipliers are going to start. But Schmalz from Fisher Falcons going to find himself in the gulag with that Type 11 SMG, not SMG, LMG.
That is such an ugly iron sight, man. I cannot get over it. Schmalz looking to clutch up against Ninja Monsters from UNA. Early shots are going to be good and finishes it up. Back to Caldera. A little bit extra love there from Schmalz, and he takes a look at his other monitor. He says, yeah, I did that. I did that. 5 eliminations for himself, by the way.
Hey, they're starting out and doing exactly what they need to, and hey, they're all still alive, and that is the key. Having player advantage is something that's going to be mission critical towards your end game success here. But jumping on over to Kirch from Florida Gulf Coast with 5 elims to themselves as well. And I think this is a really good position. They're just inside of the zone, so they're trying to kind of hold this area, checking that heartbeat monitor, not going to see anyone on the distance there. So, but just making sure, is that the bipod I see?
I was going to say bipod.
This is it right here, that STG with the bipod, a little blip on the heartbeat monitor, so they do know someone is in the distance. So now they're calling it out for their team, trying to get a little bit of that high ground and make sure they can get some unsuspecting shots on a looming enemy.
I was going to say, when we swap to Kirsch, you know, talk about players who have had underwhelming gulags. Just a little bit of a recap from what happened last week. We'll you know, leave that there, but if you want to see what happened, I mean, it was all over Twitter. Everybody saw it.
I feel like you're going to have to fill me in because I feel like I missed it.
He got
on the
worked.
Twitter. No, that is the worst. And to be fair, I have played in, I don't usually compete in any way, shape, or form, but I have found myself in a competition getting absolutely worked in the gulag, so I know just how it feels. But Kirch looking to set him up for success here today in qualifier number 2 with 5 elims already. A guy in sight does get some early shots on that. Combat Scout is going to provide a lot of that information. And he says, you know what? I'm going to go ahead and close the distance, bring the Arma out, and just watch how efficient this gun is once you get up close and personal.
Oh, it is lethal. It is deadly, and it's beaming. The Arma's going to close the gap for him, take the kill. It's number 6 for Kirsch as they are having an outstanding game number 1. But job's not done. On high alert once more. He's going to pop up. Look for that. Back to the safe comfort of their home inside the building. But it's not in the safe zone, so I can say it's as comfortable as you want, but you're definitely going to have to move in the next 30 seconds, and they know that, so they're not going to set up shop just yet. 21 teams left, Tiff. 43 players. Kirsch now, FGCU, they got to work their way back in. I'm liking the heartbeat monitor. They're going to be able to, watch if teams are, gatekeeping the zone for now, but they have to be careful because, like you said, if anybody's got Ghost, if anybody's just waiting in line for them to turn the corner and trap them there, this could be troublesome for FGCU.
Yeah, but one of them has taken to that Bertha and is going to go ahead and rotate early, and they can kind of call out if they see anything upon that rotation, because I love that they're not all riding in the Bertha, because that's one C4, that's one detrimental moment. Maybe someone's got a Panzerfaust looming nearby, but coming on over to OG Capo spectating XC, so we do only have 2 members of this team kind of chilling and vibing, trying to make something happen. $1,200 to their name, just needs a little bit of more cash to get their teammate back, but landing near a Scavvy is going to be able to provide that with ease if they can go ahead and grab that before the circle decides to close. But Mickey and co over here looking to be set up for success. You can see they've got an enemy in their sights, going to get completely tagged up, maybe an inch within their life, and you see just how quick it is. You cannot overpeak, but the utilization of smoke is going to allow for some success here to be able to back up.
Yeah, it gives them a little bit of breathing room from whoever just beamed him off that heady. As they're not in the safe zone just yet, so a little bit of area that they have to cover before they're comfortable into the next zone. It seems like they're on high alert that there's somebody below them, and they will. It's a full team wipe that Menace is going to get. 6 kills for Mickey. I'm curious at what they're at, because so far FGCU, Fisher, and now Longhorns are all in amazing positions inside the game, but Mickey's gonna have to push in, sees players all the way on the opposite end of the field, and I'm loving the trigger discipline not to take shots early. You don't know where anybody else is, so you don't want to give yourself away just yet. You don't want the attention to be on you when you're crossing into the next safe zone.
And I think that's going to be your key to success, right? You have to know when and where to take your fights. And I think just hanging out in the edge of factory right now is really successful. But hey, look at this. Last member of the team alive. They were looking really strong, but goes in with the double buyback, able to get that out of there. And they do have someone kind of looming nearby, so he's going to have to take this fight here because that player knows he just fought back too. They're going to have player advantage on the other side, getting tagged up out of plates, no money to buy some, just trying to make anything and everything happen. Pulls out the STG, trying to get a line of sight, but here it is, the screen character, and he puts him down, but the trade is right there, so unfortunate for that.
Oh, he's gonna get it first.
Yeah, this is tough.
Who's gonna get the revive first? Oh, it's going to be the Scream, so Kirsch is gonna go down, but not before he clutches up. I mean, what a heads-up play. 200 IQ coming out from Captain Kirsch himself. I know I was giving him a hard time earlier, but, it's probably one of the best plays I've seen so far today. So, tippable performance out of himself to keep his team alive into the later ends. Now, Mickey's going to be the eye of attention for the team over the dunes. Has to replate. Menace and Saucy going to return some fire to allow him safe passage back. And still not in that safe zone just yet, Tiff. You got a minute to close. A minute to reposition.
You're kidding me.
And...
You're kidding me, bro. You're fucking kidding me, right?
What's the thing?
Uh-oh. Yeah, I was looking at it. I'm like, that doesn't seem right. That doesn't look right. So we're gonna have some lobby issues right now, and now that was looking good for a couple of teams there. I will say, 100%. The position that Longhorns were in, they were not in a good spot there. Whoever just took down FGCU, I didn't get to see the names, but I'm pretty sure that they were ready to get aggressive in that situation. So we were about to see some action, but we didn't get to. It stopped us from seeing the action, Tiff.
It stopped us from seeing the action indeed, but hey, sometimes you just need to get a little bit of a warm-up before you drop into the real matches. Let's go ahead and cut to a quick break, but when we come back, more Warzone action here today.
And welcome back to College Warzone. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Tiff. We're going to be doing a little bit of a rerun with Game 1. We had a little bit of a glitch that ended the lobby, so we get to go back and do this all over again and see if second time's the charm, Tiff.
Yeah, and I love that, right? If you were maybe not doing so hot in that initial kind of warm up per se, then this is your time to kind of go back. Maybe you got dropped right in your POI, you landed in a hot zone, and maybe that wasn't the way to go. And now you get a little bit of a reset, but Mickey on your screen, and you can see they've highlighted that scavenger contract. They're gonna kind of run back what exactly they did there on that first initial drop and get that scav contract, get that early loadout, and make sure that you can be aggressive. But they are looking to be potentially challenged off drop, so that'll be a little interesting. You can see line of sight right there. I think he's gonna throw out some pistol shots, being like, hey, these are my little warning shots. I'm just gonna let you know I'm gonna take you down.
Yeah, this is game 1 too, the electric boogaloo, and it seems like things are already starting off hot. I'm loving it with what we're seeing out of Longhorns to go back and do the exact same thing, but are they going to be able to walk out on top when they're contested? This time it doesn't look like Menace is going to get off scot-free. He's going to be down and into the gulag, and now Mickey and Saucy with this opening loot. Can they stay alive? Nice shots, but it's not good enough. Mickey's going to be down, and it's all up to Saucy for this one. He's at least going to get a knock onto one, but now for that, it's going to be Saucy against the world in that situation because the rest of his team is fighting for their lives inside of the gulag.
Well, let's see if Florida Gulf Coast is going to have any better luck. We're on board with Kirch, and it looks like they have decided to land over an airfield. This is the building that I like to call the H building, and it's one of the main buildings in airfield where you can kind of loot it up, get a lot of cash, and even a nice little self-revive right there. But Kirch already got one, so maybe 2 for the team, so that's going to be some critical momentum right there. A Marco for the ground loot. So when you leave this building, you're typically sitting with solid weapons, a good bit of cash, and able to kind of go on. There's usually a buy station just outside of this, and a scav as well, but we did see some early pings in the nearby vicinity, so they will not be alone. This is a typical very hot drop, so Kirch just doing a little bit of strategy, head peeking right here. Hey, anyone out there?
Groundhog Day in Caldera right now. Kirch is the groundhog, but here we go. Mickey in the gulag. Ethan from WVU up against him. Gas grenade to see if he can weed him out. He does. He finds him in the back line. Nice shots. Hits the ground. But is he going to be able to walk out on top? He will. Peekaboo. Let's go back to Caldera. And look at the smile on his face. He's happy. He's happy to be back.
Look, I mean, he got another chance at trying to get a down with the Whitley, right? He lost that initial gunfight with the Whitley that sent him to the gulag, gets the Whitley in the gulag, and is able to kind of make it, you know, 1-0 there in the gulag. So you feel good about it, right? There's one thing to be said about when you go to the gulag in a public lobby, you really have a better chance of coming out. But when you're facing these custom lobby gulags, you know you're probably getting someone that's, you know, pretty competitive, pretty solid, got good gun skills, and it's going to be a little more dicey to come out of.
And look at Mickey take his time just to get the information on where to go. It's copium time for Longhorns because, yeah, you're going to have eliminations for the players walking into the gulag, but now you have no second chance. So if the same thing happens again, Tiff, you're done. You're done for this game number 1. And already, look at the skies. I mean, like, what is this? That's 2 helicopters surrounding them? Oh, look at it. Okay. I'm here for it.
I need this in my life, Mickey. You aim that bazooka to the sky and you take down those helicopters. But hey, both of them out of the sight right now. They're like, you know, maybe this isn't a smart push for us. And I guarantee you that, oh, they have 3. This is probably all of the same team. This is actually extremely comical at this point. Now you've got to stay inside, but you have 1 rocket to your name, Mickey. Make it pay.
Is this Caldera or is this planes? The follow-up to Cars? It just seems it's Flight Simulator in Caldera right now, and Mickey is deathly afraid right now of what's following him, but it looks like Sauce is deathly on the ground right now, knocked and waiting for the team to come and save him. Unfortunately, they won't get there in time. Sauce is going to be eliminated, and this is what I was talking about. This is a dangerous position to be in if you're Longhorns, because yes, you get the eliminations off the gulag, but now you have to be perfect. Opt on the mount. That's 2 downs for Mickey. Looking for the finish on the 1, and he is. Although, tagged all the way down. He is going to be dropped. Now it's going to be all up to Menace. See if he can clutch up in the 1v1. Slides on in. Not going to see him in time, and we're going to have to wait to see what happens with Longhorns for now. Schmalz versus Buzz. Inside of the gulag. 2 players that actually run our notable teams, Tiff. So, get to see how they fare up against each other in a little bit of a 1v1. Schmal's gonna hit the sim. Gossett gets the jump onto Buzz, but that's the X factor right there. Buzz, turn and burn in the gulag.
You see Small's face right there? He's just like, what just happened? Like, he literally thought he had that. And unfortunately, sometimes you just think you've got the fight, and you just don't. He probably was an actual centimeter of health, but let's go and jump on over to Staka from CSU Rams. If you are hearing Tholastic in your brain right now, do not face the disappointment that we saw earlier. You have to be successful here, and we're going to see you're going up against Menace, and Menace needing to come out of this gulag to really keep their dream alive for that team. But you hear the shots coming out, fist coming out. Maybe this is gonna be a flag cap. This might be a flag cap, Seymour, but no! Menace coming in at the very last second, taking that Bren and just shoving it in Staka's face. That's very unfortunate, but hopefully the rest of the team alive. But jumping on over to VCU's perspective, Dragon Dino on the screen, and FaZe Blue just gonna go ahead and take it early down.
He's got the self-revive, so we'll be able to come back. But you heard the comms from Blue. He said, pretty sure they can see me, and yes, they do. He's going to be eliminated, sent to the gulag. Now, Dragon Dino and User trying to stay alive. They have the UAV, so at least they're informed on where the opponents are pushing from, and there is going to be somebody inside the building. Dragon Dino doesn't want anything to do with that, so he's going to walk away. Another UAV is going to be called. Still looking for these players. Precision airstrike on his AoE, and looks like they want to get out and dodge before taking any other fights. Wait to see if FaZe Blue comes out of the gulag and see if they can hold on to that second life for now.
Yeah, it's going to be really dicey, but Fiasco on your screen, MP40 in hand, and it's going to fall, and short-lived right there. Now Kruk on your screen, going to be the last alive for this team, and going to have to go on the major regain, and does have 3 eliminations. Looks like a total for 5 of that team. Not bad, but you really want to couple that with some placement multipliers. So hopefully, yeah, Courage looking real good. Was looking really strong on that first initial drop that we saw, and I'm excited to see them kind of run it back. And we're just over here kind of in a warehouse outside of Airfield, and I really like this positioning because you can kind of rotate to a nice space if you go out from here. They do have that Eartha available to them, but Marsky's finding himself in the gulag. Seymour?
Well, versus FaZe Blue, so let's see if Blue can get back to his team, who are definitely in trouble right now. Marsky's looking to shut down the debut FaZe member inside of Collegiate Call of Duty. Meets him on the other side. Nice little slide out, but can't take him down. Blue will be able to stabilize and return to his team, who are waiting for them inside of a team fight. So that's going to be good. But looking over at CSU, this is not what I was expecting when seeing CSU, the number 2 team from our first qualifier last week. It looks like a couple players in the gulag. Staka trying to hold down the fort. It looks like he was able to wipe 3 players. So potentially the team that took down his teammates gone now at the hands of himself.
Yeah, this is really fine, though. One member is going to join him back. They do have the cash to get that 3rd member back up and alive. You can see that the loadout is going to drop as well, and there's a buy station on them. So go ahead, buy that team member back. Make your way over to the loadout, and this is going to be a nice little regain. Jumping on over to OG Capo from that INI COD, and they've got their line of sight onto someone here into Capital. And one of the changes that we just had with Season 4 was the addition of all the scaffolding and bridges to connect these buildings in this POI. And I love this addition because you can really finesse the rooftops, and you don't have to like kind of drop off. You can connect, and almost you don't have to parkour, right? You can just walk across the bridge. It's fine.
Yeah, hardcore parkour, who cares right now? It is a simple day in the life of OG Capo, going from rooftop to rooftop, hunting down players in Caldera. And listen to the comms as well. It seems like they're getting ready to jump onto this team tiff. All the pings on the opposite rooftop. I like to call this rooftop warfare in Caldera. You know what we're seeing. You saw it a lot in Verdansk, but we get to see it here and there in Caldera.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those areas of the map that has the most buildings, but Auburn G finding himself in the gulag, has that M1916, so gonna have to do some individual shots, and when they just don't connect and it's Steve-O takes you down, that's gonna be an easy dub for them. They will go back and join their team, but unfortunately the POV that we just witnessed will not make it back. But XC in a really dicey situation here. OG Capo trying to find another down. That Serpentine gonna allow that player, and there's a riot shield on that man's back, making it incredibly difficult to get that kill. But unfortunately for Nick, OG Capo will find you and get a nice team wipe there. 2 elims to this player's name.
And to just nip at the toes there. Riot shield was preventing that player to go down, you know, enough. Serpentine helped quite a bit too, so we got to see it come to play for that factor, but That is a good wipe for Illini COD to be in a stellar situation. One of the better teams we've seen so far in this run back. Fisher, the Falcons, not in the same situation as teammate Capcrew goes down. Kaw's going to get damage. Break onto one. Looks like damage onto the armor for the second as well, but not able to finish off any on the rocks. Is going to be dangerous and loses his life from below. Ka now, only one standing for the team, has to clutch up. Good shots onto a few. Manages to down two. So 1v1 for Ka. Goes for the revive, but not going to be able to get out in time. Won't be able to get the res off, and that's FGCU to take him down.
Yeah, Kirch was looking to get some kills there, but Staka is going to find themselves in the gulag. Now let's see what they can do, trying to find a good line of sight. You've just got to play for some information. Try to listen for the information. If you're going to get flashed, just play it a little safe here. No reason to go on the aggression. Wait for them to come to you. You see the flag. You just need to count it and stands up right there. That is a very ratty gulag, but it doesn't have to be pretty. Because it doesn't matter. Staka's going back. There's a loadout down there, and you've eliminated another player. 5 elims to your name, and this is the way. Elastic would be proud.
Look, when money's on the line, it doesn't have to be pretty. You just got to get the job done, Tiff, and get back to your team as quick as you can. So CSU, where they were in a really bad spot earlier, Staka definitely popping off for the team with 5 eliminations. But this team, like a few minutes ago even, were just in a bad situation. Now turning the tables inside of this rerun. Dropping on the loadout too. I mean, this is a great spot to be back in if you're Staka.
Yeah, I mean, over at Power Plant, this is a good POI to land. Typically, I'll land here if I ever decide to compete because it's a POI that has a few different buildings. Typically, maybe you'll get one team to contest you here. So this is a nice regain. The fact that it's not even looted, just inside of zone. So this is going to be perfect. Able to grab your loot, no worries. They did kind of ping out that there's potentially enemies looming in, but you can kind of gatekeep here. But there's so many strategies. It's like, do you play the edge of zone? When it comes to customs, I like to go ahead and try to rotate to that middle area, stay in that center, find a good piece of real estate and keep the information up, whether that's UAVs, whether that's bounties. You want to kind of have situational awareness and identification of where the other teams are in your vicinity and kind of stake your ground.
They do have a bounty up to eliminate someone, so we're going to be watching them slowly climb the mountain to see if they can take this bounty down. But I like that you're talking about, maybe gatekeeping the zone. You wouldn't expect it, this early with it only being the second zone potentially with how big it is at the moment.
Yeah.
But you gotta watch out for, later on in the zones because inside of the game as the circle keeps on closing, it's going to be easier to gatekeep. But at the same time, with that bounty, you saw them slowly taking the high ground from that team. So they were putting themselves in a great position here in the gulag. Dragon Dino's turn for VCU. Another little ratty corner, expecting the player to walk around the corner at any moment. Flashes out, blind as a bat, but it doesn't matter at all. Still walking back to Caldera.
It's effective. Like, it's a really safe way to approach that. There's a couple different lines of sight that you can hold in that gulag, and kind of nestling yourself up there is a really great way. Now, if you're going up an aggressive player, they could easily run up and try to snuff you out there. And it happens, but sometimes it works out in our favor. And for the POVs that we've witnessed try that strat, they're 2 for 2. And so, I mean, if you go back and you VOD review this for next week and you want to get ahead of Qualifier 3, take a little bit of notes on that gulag strat, because that is such an important moment. But you see VCU COD on your screen right now, currently undergoing a fight. It sounds like Blue just went ahead and got a nice elim, was able to full thirst them as well, and now being hunted.
Being hunted. Dragon Dino with 4 eliminations. The job's not done. RPG in the back pocket, might I add. So things are about to get a little bit fun here for Dragon Dino. Won't have a chance to pull it out, so still waiting to see that RPG used. Didn't get to see the Panzer either earlier on when I was on screen, but Dragon Dino definitely can be somebody who might want to look to use one of the more explosive methods of taking down the opponents right now. So watch out for him. As the UAV is going to be up, you can see that they're absolutely surrounded Look at all the red dots that are around them. I mean, this is a highly populated area. So right now, if you're VCU, you got to decide who do you want to jump on.
Down.
The person right in front of you, as Dragon Dino would have that be said, right? If they're up close and personal, go ahead and get that early elim. Make that 6 for you. They did not get the full right there, I don't believe. But hey, the down will work. Maybe kind of lurk the rest of the teams out by utilizing that downed player as bait, because that was just by that balloon. Maybe they're going to want to kind of push that as well. You can see that threat level sitting at a 2 out of 3, so people are kind of looming, and they're trying to go and get that quick scab, get some money up, maybe grab a UAV so they can find some more information. But Staka over here doing some absolute work at a distance with that KGM40 finds a nice down, 6 elims to their name.
Beautiful shots there from Staka and Snowy. Crossfire is able to secure yet another kill for the team. 7 now for themselves alone. I mean, CSU from 0 to hero right now. I'm seeing them. This is the resilience, I guess, that we got from Qualifier 1 that was able to secure them that second place finish and auto qualify for the playoffs when it does happen later on in the season for College Warzone. So, I mean, this is a team that you can never count out, obviously.
No, and I mean, we talked about this. Yes, this team is auto-qualified, but should you come out on top here today, you can get yourself $300. It's $100 per player. That's a nice, oh, but as I say that, Staka goes completely under fire from multiple angles and is unfortunately going to be completely fooled, trying to give that information, but you can see in that kill cam, that player was just lurking above. High ground is key, able to give that information to their teammates now. Can it's Snowy and co kind of snuff them out, make sure they find them and get the trade, because now you've got to go ahead and do the regain. They do have the cash available to get Staka back, but let's just see if they're able to execute.
The hills have eyes, Tiff, and they are not friendly right now. They are watching and they are waiting for you to walk into a tent unaccompanied to take you down and leave your teammates out to dry right now. Shots as they have an open firing range right now back onto those teammates or opponents to see if they can find revenge for the fallen Staka, but it does seem like as he's pinging that buy station, $7,000 on one, about $6,000 on the other. So, I mean, they are stacked to the brim right now with cash to buy him back. They should be able to get Staka back, barring that the buy station isn't being camped right now. But as we swap back over to VCU, still some fights going on as this was a heavily populated zone for now. Dino Dragon is going to get extra shots on the players pushing in from the zone. And this is actually a great spot to be in. I mean, this is what you were talking about, gatekeeping in the zone. We get to see it firsthand right now with Dragon Dino, User, and FaZe Blue. It seems like they are right now in open season with the teams walking on into the sightlines.
Yeah, it's really tough because you can see there's an area, right, where there's not any buildings. So you try to go from building to building and maintain the distance, like as minimal as possible. Do you want to be out in the open? Because there's no way for you to garner any cover, and it's not like they probably have a deployable cover. And even then, you're going to have minimal cover available to you with that. So what they are doing right now as a squad is really efficient, going to grant them maybe a couple elimination points, and they find themselves where that placement multiplier is just starting. So they're currently in that 1.1x, and yeah, it starts off small because it is going to be scaled, and it's going to really take into effect if you can get to that top 5, which would be a lot of success for this team, coupled with the elims that they've been able to grab thus far.
I think I hear some shit. Try to like crouch for a second.
And since they've mounted so many kills throughout this game, I mean, that scaling is definitely going to be needed if you want to start off hot inside game number 1. So far, so good for VCU. They are of 2 bounties. They are being hunted, and they are the huntees at the same time. Seems like Caden is the one that they're looking for, while User is the one that they need to protect. So a little bit of cash maybe on the horizon for them within the next 2 minutes, and it actually seems like they are aware somebody might be occupying the building, and they are. Nice shots coming out from Dragon Dino. Not good enough, though, to get the kill. It's Ethan on WVU to take him down. The trade will come through from his teammate, but eating down a player is not going to be good now for VCU. Things now a little bit tight. Only 2 players left on them. They're going to have to buy back Dragon Dino.
Yeah, I love this. The teams are going to kind of split the cash and make their way up. They do have a bounty available to kind of give them some information on where a team is looming within, so they can kind of navigate accordingly, right? And with these buildings, that is the issue. You're getting to the point where they're starting to climb up that placement multiplier scale. So a lot of these teams are going to bunker down, play it a little more safely as the 4th ring comes to a close. Gulag's about to close, and if you haven't already gone to it, that's a moment where you just like, hey, We need to just bunker down, play for placement at this point, and Marski's on your screen from the Berry Bucks. Indivent is going to go under fire, and you can see right there the trade was out, able to get the full right there so that player cannot self-res, just looking for the rest of the members, and the Semtex is coming out, going to take off all the shields, and you can see the Combat Scout and those spotted grenades, bro. They're just making it to be really detrimental and just trying to stay alive, but all the lethals coming their way. This is going to be a tough one.
Marski's is finessing right now. Indivent manages to find his way back as well, so it looks like they got bought back by Yas. At the same time, I thought Marcy's was dead to rights in that situation. All eyes on him, shots to the wall, spotted grenades, and even the Semtex there I thought was going to catch him, but, you know, resilient as ever. Marski is still alive. They get back into the buildings, you know, Indivent back up with the team as well, so not too shabby from Berry Bucks, one of the teams that are new to Collegiate Warzone in today, you know, maybe playing Warzone by themselves, but competing in Collegiate Warzone. We didn't get to see them last week. Now, in the end game, 17 teams left. Berry Bucks now have a chance to really put a spotlight on them.
Yeah, let's talk about this setup, because you can see he's probably in a room playing with his teammates right next to him, and I kind of love that, right? We talk about college esports and kind of what they have to offer. Sometimes it's an actual esports room and like kind of just a kidded place where you can go hop on a sick PC and play and be close and run scrims and work closely together with your teammates, and I think that also brings people a lot closer. They don't have to play just from their dorm rooms, and honestly, it looks pretty sick in my opinion, but they're setting up really nicely here. They do need to make their way over to that next kind of zone, which they have like 36 seconds left when they can rotate in late, but we saw what VCU was doing. They were kind of holding that edge of zone, so by rotating in late, you can kind of guarantee that someone's going to be waiting for you.
It's one of those e-gaming rooms for the e-athletes to compete in. I'm surprised. I'm waiting for Prod to mute me after that one. You know, I expect I just crossed the line saying those words, but
he's probably like, oh man, here we go again, Seymour, talking about those e-athletes, quote unquote.
Okay. You know, for real though, you're right though. I mean, it must be, you know, Vibe City right now for a lot of these teams who are playing together on campus. You know, you can only imagine, you know, the amount of energy surging through one of those rooms, but on screen with us is LSU, a team we haven't really been able to highlight a lot, and it doesn't look like they're in a good situation now. Kyle Bear, barely staying alive. I think that was 1 HP in a dream for a moment. Ronan is trying to get eyes on the cross to see if you can help safe passage for Kyle Bear to get across. Unfortunately, it's not going to happen, and Ronan's going to be last alive for the team. 12 teams left, so multiplier keeps climbing, but as we look over to Berry Bucks, Yos is on the ground. Marski's trying to bring them back. The circle's pushing them on in. Self-revive's going to be able to maybe get them back in, but hot in trouble. It's Auburn to take down Marski's. Berry Bucks on the outside looking in. Not in a good situation. It's going to be all up to Indivent to try to clutch up for the squad as well. He's got 7 eliminations, so a lot right now to work with if you are Berry Bucks. The only thing that you wish you had is a little bit of safe zone.
A little bit of safe zone indeed. Does have that durable gas mask, able to throw down that portable redeploy balloon. And this is smart. The only thing I would have changed from what this just happened is I would have shielded up prior to going. And unfortunately, as soon as they land, they do get completely decimated. Gonna go out in 12th place, but have no fear. That is a 1.25x multiplier. And coming on over to Staka, getting decimated through the window, trying to give the call out for the teammates. And someone's just coming in super aggressive. It's gonna be It's Snowy and co. Gonna have to stay alive to keep the dream alive in 10th place. A lot of kills on there. Gonna throw down that precision airstrike. Or was the cluster? I do like the clusters a little bit better. I feel like they have the ability to kind of get people through windows. I don't know about you, Seymour, but I frequently die to gunshots in the back.
There were a lot of people do. Snowy won't this time. He's gonna be able to, you know, rely on his teammate to bring him back up, but Cluster Strike really forced that team right into optimal flames, so that was definitely, well, good use of your streaks to force the gunfight there through the windows. Snowy now going to fight his way back into the zone. We're in the end game. 6 teams left. You said you want to get top 5. Well, here we are. Top 5 for the teams. This is when you really get the power spike in placements. And we get a little bit of bushes action here, you know. I mean, this could be a really ratty spot if you are Snowy trying to catch some players rotating into the zone, but it doesn't seem like they're going to be in the best situation right there. They're definitely going to have to move in a few seconds and get to that safe zone, as bushes won't be your allies right now.
Look, I like this. They have 18 eliminations. They're in top 5 right now, so you're looking at a 1.8x multiplier. They just need to make their way, and it looks like Snowy is going to fall, but Optimal able to get the trade. Unfortunately, a lot of shots come in their way, so they're going to tell Snowy, go ahead, pop that self-res, totally fine, reset, regain. I'll do a lot of the suppression fire, and I like kind of what they're doing, right? They're splitting up just a little bit, still communicating to kind of call out and kind of swarm in and get closer to that safe zone, but they're reuniting, and they've got the high ground, so this is kind of where you're wanting to be. You can look down. The issue is going to be, depending on where that zone is going to start pulling, are they going to have to jump off this cliff and rotate downwards?
Well, at least they're, jumping off the cliff and not have to deal with players, jumping towards them at this point. So everybody looking down at them. We know how it works with the high ground. Everybody's seen Star, most people have seen Star Wars. I can't say everybody, but some people haven't. Optimal Flame, this is not good. He's going to be shot into the smoke, and as he tries to rotate to the safe zone, predetermined, it's going to be Trippies to cut him down, and same time Thugger's here, so Northwood's still alive, the #1 team from last week. Suddenly things get a little bit exciting for themselves as the circle is going to be rotating from one point to the other. Snowy's going to be watching for teammates on the outside, or opponents on the outside. Optimal Flame still down, so it's all up to Snowy. 1v2. Northwood on the other side. CSU, a good chance. This is #1 versus #2 right now inside of our collegiate Warzone. Nobody's going to be showing themselves. Optimal Flame gets dropped down. Snowy, he's going to have all eyes on him. Into the smoke he goes, trying to fight for his life in this situation. Game #1 on the line, and it's going to go to Northwood. CSU, they're stuck at #2 once more.
I mean, but 20 kills with a 1.85x multiplier is still phenomenal. But these are the teams that kind of ran out and showed out in qualifier #1, and they look to be running it back here in qualifier #2, Seymour.
20 kills for CSU and a second place finish. That's not too shabby if you ask me, Tiff. That is almost exactly what we saw from them last week, what kind of got them into the second place after that qualifier #1. It is just the consistency that we see out of them, the resilience out of them as well, that we saw them early on into that game. They were backed against the wall, one player left, has to clutch up, and what, Stock, I'm pretty sure he 1v3 to keep his team alive, if not clutched up in some really important situation to bring them to where they are. We didn't get to see it on screen, but we got to see the aftermath of that situation. So CSU, after everything, they managed to get into that second place spot. They just cannot overcome Northwood.
Hey, and that's what you got to think of. It's like, what is Northwood doing to find such dominating success here in the college Warzone scene? And I think that's something that you can kind of work towards, right? They were really well performing in the CCL season, coming out strong in qualifier #1. So it's like, hey, I'm going to go back. I'm going to VOD review. I want to see what just they're doing to find all this dominating success, because I don't want to be second anymore. I'm trying to get a dub. I want $300 for first place because maybe I want to go buy some pizza or whatever,
Oh, exactly. We're looking at that for sure. But with that, it does seem like we are going to wait to see, what the leaderboards are after game #1. We're going to cut to a quick break and get things ready for our game #2, Tiff. I mean, game #1, it was nothing but exciting, but can't wait to see it with the rest of the games. We'll see you soon, folks. Welcome back to the Collegiate Warzone. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Tiff. Before we get into game number 2, I want to give a big shout out to America's Navy for helping us put this one on. If you want to find out more about America's Navy, you can check them out at the website navy.com. The Navy offers full commute of game career opportunities in leading-edge STEM areas such as engineering, cryptology, and IT. And if you check them out, they also have their own esports team, Goats and Glory. So check them out, Navy.com, and make sure to follow them on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram, all on America's Navy for their ads. Big thank you to you, or to America's Navy, for helping us put this one on. And not just that, we also have to talk a little bit about Fanatics as well, Fanatical, for giving us 4 $50 cards to give away today after games 1, 2, 3, and 4. If you type !Fanatical in chat, it's going to give you more information on who they are. An !Raffle is going to enter you in those giveaways, so stay around for the giveaways and you can win out some $50 gift cards to help buy some games for your pastimes. Tiff, game number 2 coming up very shortly. How did you feel about game number 1?
I mean, it was good to see. We got to the end, right? And it was kind of interesting to see the teams that came out on top in qualifier number 1 last week kind of finding some success here in qualifier number 2. And I feel as if Northwood is kind of the team to beat now. When you do so well multiple times, you're kind of putting a target on your back. It's like, what are they doing? How are they rotating through the map? What kind of strategies are they implementing that maybe I'm kind of missing out on? Are they just better at their gunny? Like, are they just playing a little bit smarter? But hey, map number 2 on your screen, Mickey, is going to be the one we are going to drop into Caldera alongside Seymour. What is the way to success? You can see right there, we got a little bit of the live leaderboard, and CSU Rams, now they did not come in first. They are on top of the leaderboard.
It's because of that huge kill game that they had, too. 20 kills mounts them 37 points after placement. Northwood Esports right underneath them, 30.6. VCU 24.3 in third place. Texas A&M International still consistent as ever, 24 points, and right below them, Fort Hays State 22.95 in fifth. So keep your eyes out for how that's going to affect in the later games. We still have 4 games to go through, and you're asking, what am I looking for to maybe change the odds to take down Northwood? I gotta see the positioning too in the end game was not favoring CSU. You know, they had the high ground pushing into that last circle. They were forced to move from the high ground, and they kind of gave up every opportunity they had into rotating back towards the next safe zone with pushing down from that. So they put themselves in a little bad situation, and Northwood rotated a little bit faster than they did. So when it comes to that end game, if you want to take down Northwood, you just want to have the better setup.
Talk about the better setup. We saw how many people were making their way towards factory, but your current team at the top of the leaderboard says, hey, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna hit that balloon and we're gonna dive straight on over to Arsenal. I love this, going really deep to that north side of Caldera. This POI has so much loot available to you, and looks to be like they're not gonna be the only one that maybe took that way to go. And now Staka gonna go ahead and get a good tag on an enemy player, does get a self-revive and a nice H4 Blixen, which is one of the best ground loot SMGs you can grab off drop with that 72 round mag. So not a bad way to start off.
Oh, now the Blixen looking to blitz through the house as fast as they can, you know, to see if they can eliminate that team's looking to contest them. They haven't seen any action just yet, so I'm curious to see if that team opted to just, you know, run away if it was only that one player. But we're already getting some fights in the Gulag early on. It's player from Fort Hays, Loxity, as he's going to be the Gulag winner to head back to Caldera with his trio. But off the start, you know, already getting some gunfights, already getting some eliminations, some contests. It's kind of seeming to be consistent over the past couple games that, you know, these teams, these colleges, and these students aren't afraid to, you know, fight for their positioning, fight for their opening drops. And you know, for some it's going to work out, some it's not, but you really have to be aware as the games go on, you know, of those gulags that you do have, of that second chance that you have. And, you know, I want to see teams not opt to burn them so early.
Yeah, Yeah, and speaking of a team that we haven't really got to see too much of today thus far, KSU on your screen. But as I say that, jumping on over to Marcy's from Barry Bucks in the Gulag and getting a little update from Staka in a little engagement here. We were talking about, hey, were they going to be able to find that team? And it seems they're going to be able to do so and get some early elims on the board. And they want to keep up the momentum that they had from game one, because we talk about the consistency that you need. And this is going to be the best start that you can possibly have, garnering a lot of success here, getting some loot, getting the cash, and just making sure that you can get that early game UAV in hand and loadout. What a better way to start.
We did get to see a little bit of an instance where it was Marskis versus Kirsch in the Gulag, so I wish I got to see how that kind of turned around, but we're going to be watching Staka absolutely take control of their opening drop, and UAV in hand is going to be fitting for as they want to leave this point of interest. So good start for CSU. Already a few eliminations under their belt. Going to just add to the confidence from that first place spot, Tiff. So got to watch out for them as the game goes on, as the day, or technically night, goes on. I only expect this team to get better and better.
Yeah, and I love this. Getting that early game loadout so they can kind of go on and continue the aggression, because rotating out of here, you don't really have to, because typically with customs, I feel like the Warzone zones either typically pull extremely north, extremely south. Half of it will be outside of the playable space, but it's looking to be just that north side zone. So Staka and Co have just found themselves in a really good position here. So once they get their loadout, typically there's a helicopter on the square building or in that vicinity. You can see it's just south of this position here, north now when they switch around. But the thing is, they can grab that helicopter and go hunt down any one of their enemies. But King Ramsey from Ottawa Braves on your screen in the Gulag right now. Shot's going to go down, but unfortunately Royalty is going to cut them down. Not going to be able to join your team back up. Hopefully the rest of your teammates do have a little bit better of luck. And Staka with the combat scout trying to shoot through some walls, going to find a nice another elite limb. So add that to their success here. They're trying to take down Northwood today.
Just to skills on his list, on his resume for Warzone, Staka using that combat scout pretty efficiently through the wall as well. Realizes that the fight's not done and gets into a little bit of an engagement outside the doors, hops back in, re-ups in the armor, and hey, how about that? Just finds the player around the pillar, thinks he's safe. He's really not. Staka, I mean, you're never safe when he's on the map, and he's not done. He's going to be looking for that last remaining player for this team inside the warehouse. No, he's going to be behind. Nice shots at range. Cracks the armor. Serpentines keeping him alive for now, and well, it seems like they're even going to escape for the moment, be able to re-up on that armor, but not a good situation to be in when everybody from CSU is looking at us back into the Gulag. It's going to be one of the Fisher Falcons versus St. Edward's University Combat, as Combat's going to get the early flash. He's on the hunt from behind, and not to mention that Schmalz is one of the only players left. Ka also in the Gulag, but if all of them lose here, this is not good for Fisher Falcons. Combat's going to take him down, and if Ka goes down, that's going to mean Fisher Falcons are one of the first teams eliminated in Game 2.
Not where you want to start your game 2 out, but Mickey with that top break in the Gulag, one of my least favorite weapons, does land an early connect there. Gonna double it up with 2, but now gonna have to back away and reload. Does have a little bit of their life. You do have 2 stims available to you, so I love the utilization of those. Gonna go ahead and push in, trying to catch him from behind, not connecting, but does find succession. You just need 1, but why don't you just go ahead and just melee him out? Because you just gotta prove your domination right there, and gonna join your teammate Menace back on Caldera. Saucy does need a buyback. They have plenty of cash available to them, but CSU Rams right now keeping on that aggressive nature. There's a helicopter in your vicinity, my guy, so be aware of that. Try not to be seen here, because the last thing I would ever want is a little feisty play where someone maybe chucks a low health helicopter at someone.
It's the first thing that Mickey wanted. He was ready to box it out in the Gulag and allows him back to the map, but like that, Staka was a little bit patient there not to lay down some fire onto that helicopter, as he's just going to back up with his team, play things safe, you know, ride out the wave into the oncoming zones. 40 seconds as ring number 1 is going to be closing as well. So early on into this one, we see success for quite a bit. It's unfortunate that Fisher Falcons are going to be on such of a last limb so early for themselves after quite a strong game number 1 performance. Not able to get them into that top 5, but you know, I'm sure that they were able to find a lot of success back in what we saw from that game number 1 performance out of Fisher Falcons. So seeing if Ka can clutch up in the gulag, keep his team alive. That's going to be off screen. Right now on screen, it looks like CSU. See the drop coming in as well. We snap over to the Longhorns as Mickey and Menace on the crossfire. Tearing things up. Nice shots with the MP40 and disgusting. I mean, this is what you get from a team that's been playing 4v4 all throughout that CACL 2022 season. The MP40 shot is going to be nice and crisp.
Yeah, but speaking of, you have just found the other teams in the area. Precision airstrike coming your way. You are able to evade that. Menace is going to find some nice downs to kind of lay out the playing field here, and now Menace within an inch of his life, and Mickey getting completely tagged up, unable to get a good line of sight. You can see where that team is coming in from towards that orange ping, but unable to do anything about it. And now with Menace last alive, going to have to be able to clutch up for the team. Let's come on over to VCU, currently sitting in, I believe, 3rd place with 24.3 points. And we were chatting about them, Seymour, coming into this game, you know, coming into today. We were like, hey, what do they need to do to get in one of those auto qual spots? Now, if you're just joining us, top 3 will have an auto qualification spot to playoffs. However, if they have already qualified, that's just going to be, you know, more people qualifying via points as opposed to auto qual spaces. But Dragon Dino finding some clean shots with that STG, taking that high ground advantage, looking really clean here. But we were talking about the consistency for them. That's what we needed to see here today. 24.3 points on the board and already looking strong here.
Dragon Dino, last game, he was the lead. I mean, he was probably one of the higher elimination players for his team back in game number 1. And doesn't look like his shot's slowing down or icing up going into game number 2. You can hear the communication that they still spot out some players downhill, cracking the armor. Another down for Dragon Dino. Won't go for the finish right away. Spots the teammate cross into the building. User isn't going to close the gap just yet, as it seems like VCU are okay with just picking away from afar for now. Finally, it looks like they're going to close this gap. They get their loadout. User's going to be on the hunt right now, and he's going to be alone. And, you know, this might be able to blow up in their face if they're not too careful. User taking this fight. He's going to isolate himself in a 1v1, so hopefully VCU can close that one out. If not, that might be a troublesome situation.
I just feel as if Staka is like, why do I have to deal with Serpentine? I have 60 bullets in a mag. You're telling me and I cannot take someone down with 60 bullets? And that's what I'm talking about. Sometimes teams will be picking up those snipers. You see the ZRG on your screen and it can do some serious damage. However, the issue with this rifle is it only has 5 rounds in a mag. So it's not something that you want to kind of miss your shots with. You're gonna use that sniper if you're kind of posted up, chilling, trying to get maybe an entry frag for your team to go ahead and kind of cue them to make that movement on, maybe push in and close the distance. But you can see Staka has just got someone in that line of sight, able to find some more ammo, so not looking to only 64. They do have over 200 now, and it's the team trying to find a course of action to approach this team in the open.
Patient with the trigger, too. We know Serpentine's been a problem. Not this time. Finds the down. Can we just talk about how perfect of a name that for that perk it is? Serpentine is probably the best thing they could have ever named that.
Yeah, but you know, you talk about the best name, but everyone's like, bro, I cannot handle it, and it is
No, I'm with you
everywhere.
on that one. I'm with you on that one. I mean, it is broken at, like, most of the time. Probably all the time.
This is after a nerf, too. It was a 20% reduction in damage, and I believe it was brought down to 15%. So this is after the nerf to Serpentine, and some people are like, you know, how do we combat this? How do we take it down? You've got to just go ahead and get those team fights in.
And you know, it's just one of those things that you have to look at it. It's just a well-rounded perk. I mean, that is just a useful thing, useful tool in combat to be able to, you know, escape gunfire when you're just sometimes stuck out of the open. So, you know, you limit how many percentage that is. You nerf it as much as you want. I mean, that's just a useful tool all around. As we look over at FGCU, tip top on the rooftop, 4 eliminations. Hershey has the bipod again, so they're got the loadouts. Cluster strike too. I mean, FGCU are kitted right now. They get the knock on the armor or the break, not the knock just yet. Serpentine's gonna come into effect for a moment. But I don't think I've ever seen somebody as comfortable right now as FGCU.
I mean, they're doing what they need to do, right? Just chilling out, top of peak. You can see there's a couple micro POIs that they just added in with the season 4 that are surrounding that peak area, which allows for some good regains. But Queens Esports on your screen, and seems to be they found a little bit of an engagement here. Jet Z going to find a down, and that's going to be from KSU Beloved. So when you've already got one down, you start to think, hey, I have the player advantage. Now, potentially in a 3v2 situation, you've just got to root out the rest of the teammates. You know, this is potentially the team that is you hunting you, so you want to go ahead and take them down. And maybe they came to this vicinity because there's a buy station here, maybe a fire sale, but you can see they're working together trying to root them out, and Staka and co kind of under a little bit of fire here, but they are able to find a nice nade to finish that off. Gonna stick the res. And something I want to talk about, Seymour, with this team is last week they played, I believe, with Flying Squid on their team, so now they're playing with It's Snowy. So I wonder if that is going to make any difference here for qualifier number 2.
Well, Snowy's I'm pretty sure I've seen Snowy before. He is definitely somebody I'd want on the roster too. 7 eliminations already for Staka. Still wants more, fighting for more too. Going to use the Semtex to force the gunfight on the inside of the building, right into Optimal Flame for the elimination. That is another team wipe for CSU. I mean, a team already in first place. They don't need more kills, but they want them for the moment to stay up there. KSU is going to be back to full strength with the Gulag win. Back into the zone will be Beloved. I was lurking in general chat while the players were getting into the lobby for game number 2, and I said, all right, which one of you is the best? And instantly somebody added Beloved, so.
Oh, I mean, a 3.68 KD, 36,000 kills. I mean, sounding pretty good. And anytime someone's going to break out that Car 98 from Modern Warfare, bro, like, let me just tell you, I used to use that gun so often in Verdansk back when that was the sniper to use, and I tried to use it the other day and I was like, I have lost my touch. But now, Beloved, you're proving a fan out of me. Let's see what you can do. You've got enemies in your sight line, not gonna be able to connect that one, but let's see if you could run it back.
Oh, make a fan out of you.
Bro,
Beloved right now. He's not gonna get it. You
I'm
know what? For
lucky.
as long as you can, you can watch. You can see that the car is going to be, you know, definitely pop up potential. You want to see the 3 line? We get a little bit of sniper action, but he's in nowhere a good position to get a snipe off. I mean, you are stuck there from 2 different ends, pinched out. Beloved's gonna have to wait to be redeployed by his team. Phantom and Oros looking to stay out of dodge for now, as they are actually quite separated too. Look how isolated both of these players are.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough. They kind of need to gear up, get back together, share the cash, and make that happen. But unfortunately, just so far away from one another, and their bounty is actually going to be Staka from CSU. So now that you know CSU is in your vicinity, this is not good, because you know where they are. You know you've got a team on you, and you're not really sitting well with player advantage. And Oros doesn't even have enough shields to be able to make that kind of full health for them. So they're not really going to be sitting in the best positioning, and you still have to get through these buildings, get into zone, and CSU is almost like reverse bounty hunting you. But jumping on over to I COD, OG Capo on your screen. Shuffy is going to be down and kind of bleeding out at this point, so you gotta go make that decision. Throws down that portable redeploy balloon and says, hey, we'll figure it out later.
Zip, zip. Over to the buy station. Enough to buy back Exy at least, but Shuvi's gonna have to wait until the next batch of money rolls in for Illini. 6 eliminations for OG Capo. Has to back up there. Plays it smart too, because it doesn't look like they have their gulags in any longer. You know, the fact that Exy actually doesn't get redeployed. Shufi gets redeployed first, so opting to bring back the most recent player instead of Exy. And again, it just goes back. I mean, you're still playing at a deficit right now. Shufi's going to have to fly far away from that gunfight, because you don't want to get caught in the same situation. So they're going to look to now take over the next building, loop back up, hopefully stay alive, and you get enough cash to bring Exy now back into Caldera. But for now, they're going to have to wait till 2 players. CSU under some fire. It's going to be no armor for Optimal Flames. Staka turns around, burns one, and a little bit of teammate help too. Crossfire's good, and the team shots are going to be good enough to take down that first elimination. Gas mask for Staka. Still a ways away from getting into that zone, so Oh, it's going to be right around the corner, so he's going to get in there. But as soon as he does, there's a team gatekeeping him. Staka's on the ground. 2v2 for his teammates. Optimal Flame watching over him for now, but you got to wait for Snowy.
Yeah, it's going to be one of those really tough moments. That's the hard part about late rotating in. The fact that Staka hasn't been fully thirsted yet is actually kind of a miracle at this point. But look at that, 9 eliminations just to Staka alone. Going to be able to stick that res off. They have plenty of plates. You did burn through your gas mask, so you're going to have to go ahead and start moving quickly because you got 12 seconds before that zone's going to start coming in, and you're all uphill and out. This is going to be tough. It's all open. Couple buildings sporadically throughout this area, but you're going to know that people are in this vicinity. You've got to keep an eye out. Lethal going in for that entry, and they're going to grab it down with that. Make that 2. This is actually such a solid play from Staka, showing just why they are at the top of your leaderboard and looking to keep it that way.
Absolute pandemonium inside that building. Semtex galore right through the window. Talk about a rude awakening. The team that was just vibing inside of their house. No, you were asking me earlier, you know, what is the strategy to take down Northwood? And, you know, I was talking about positioning in the end circle. Right now for CSU, it seems like their strategy is just outkill them, outgun them for now. You know, even if you get that top placing, the multiplier should be enough as long as you're out-fragging them throughout the game to keep you in that first place spot. But they're not done with this team inside the building. There's the team wipe for Staka. They lost out on 1, though. That's Optimal Flames went down before they could clean up that last player. So a little bit of damage to the team. But even still, Staka's got 12 eliminations right now. You're not really feeling too sorry for your squad, except until somebody rolls up and they're going to be like, hey, forget about us for a second. We're still watching.
This is okay, though. Gulag is still closing, so they're able to get in the Gulag before it is fully closed, and Staka does have the information available on where that team is lying, but the difference is they do not have player advantage at this point, and now if he goes out, he's not going to... Okay, he will make it in before the Gulag is fully closed, so they will all have that available to them. Look at that, 16 plus 5, 21 kills already. So if they can keep going through the mid game towards end game, they're already having a much better game than map number 1.
They said, casters, you thought 20 kills was a big game for game number 1? Hold my adult beverage. Let's go game number 2. 21 kills already. They still got their gulags. They still got a second chance. Game's not done yet, and it looks like Marski's was the one gatekeeping them from that, and these are the shots that we saw earlier. Looks like the crossfire from his teammate Yas was able to get the wipe onto Staka. Says team wipe, but that gulag definitely still in full effect for them, as Marski's is going to be able to use that stim to get back into the safe zone. Closing on into the Nexus. We are starting to work into the end game. We're into the multiplier, 16 teams left. If you get back into it and get another top placement, CSU is definitely going to be in tip-top shape for game number 3.
Yeah, we are currently sitting at that 1.1x multiplier. Once we hit 15th is when it'll really start adding up with that 1.25x, and Marcy's with 4 elims to their name. And VCU looking, this is that, I think it's like an MK11 launcher. So, I mean, it's a little feisty. I'm sure Dragon is just trying to have some fun with it. We did see him breaking out the RPG a little bit early, but hey, got to get that res off on Blue. Does have a portable balloon as well to be able to go ahead and reposition. You can see they're kind of at a disadvantage being low on the side of the circle, so you kind of want to fly up to the top, maybe nestle yourself in some of these rocks and kind of hide out, because you don't have any armor, you don't really have too much cash, and as I say that, you kind of fall on a couple, but there's just really not a lot of utility available to this team, so you have to play it smart. You can see 2 red dots on your map that are going to be jumping down from peak, and Seymour, you got to play your life at this point.
You do. I mean, you're still on the high ground, so at least you have that to work with if you're VCU, but you know, you were highlighting that they don't have a lot of cash. Well, you're right now in the ruins. So there's not going to be houses to loot. There's not going to be, you know, high loot areas to, you know, you get more cash, get into the late game. So definitely a tough situation for VCU. And it only gets harder when user goes down. Can't see exactly which player took him out, but there is going to be a player now looking to rip that high ground away from them. And I don't know if that was on my end. It looks like we lost out on VCU for a second, but we're going to hop over to FGCU. Kirsch trying to finesse his life down the hill.
Hey, sometimes you just gotta finesse your way down a hill, and FGCU trying to make something happen and kind of root out all the rats inside the rocks. And right now we're at 9 teams remaining, so we're starting to really inch our way up through those placement points. And 4 elims to Kirch's name, so they're trying to have a really standout game here. They do have lines of sight on someone that's hugging the right side of the ring. Finds a nice down, so that's going to be a good entry frag, but the trade's going to come in and Wheels is going to fall as well. Now, got to make sure that you can get that team wipe in, and that's going to be absolutely beautiful. You reap the spoils, get some late game utility, shield up, grab yourself that satchel, and just really make sure to get ready for those next fights, because 7 squads remaining, 12 people in the lobby. You're so close.
And the only thing is they send Wheels there first, and although they reap the reward of getting a full T-wipe in that situation, they lose out on a teammate now for the end game. And I'm not really seeing any buyback stations, so not in a situation to buy Wheels back. Kirsch has got the sniper in the back pocket, so, you know, another tool for destruction in moving into this end game, especially with how wide open it is. There is a few buildings to hide in, but, I mean, this is definitely going to be a strong weapon to have now in such a wide open vicinity.
Yeah, not only if you're not going to be able to connect your shots, you use that 3-line rifle to go ahead and get that information. And such things about this, they have 7, I believe it's a 20-round mag. So, ooh, but the Serpentine coming out is no match for the Armaguerra. So there you go, easy team wipe. Made that 5 elims for Kirch and 3 squads remaining. So looking to potentially come out with a dub with only 2 members of their team here in map number 2. Kirch just trying to use that sniper rifle to find any information they can. But look at this zone. This is where it's going to be really tough, Seymour. There's not a lot of cover, so you need to kind of play your life, play a slow rotation. You can see that Crazy is going to go ahead and find a nice down early on, not able to get that full, but they do have the information there. There are 4 other players in this lobby aside from these 2.
There might be butt to zone right now, but the fact that they just have a wall right next to them, I mean, this is a great position to be in. The zone's not going to favor them, so they will have to push out into the open for now, and Crazy's going to get dropped from below. Kirsch soon to follow. Self-revive. Can he get it off? No way. Jose Su from Queen's University will be able to spoil the fun for FGCU. 2 teams left. A 2v2 when it looks like his teammate's going to get the job done. Queen's University, was that Queen's, I think, at the end I was looking at. It was a little bit blurry on my end. But no, it was CSU. CSU on top. I thought I saw Sue come out on top, but it was going to be CSU to take him down. And yeah, it looks like that was on my end.
Hey, regardless, someone came out on top in a nice 3v1 situation there in map number 2, and it was not Northwood, so a change is in the air, and I'm curious to see which team is going to kind of feisty and be consistent, because, you know, the leaderboard is all ready to go ahead and make those transitions. We got a lot of people behind the scenes that are going to be doing a bit of math, and I'm curious to see who comes out on top after this one.
As am I, folks. I mean, you know what that means. We're going to head over to a quick little break, and when we come back, game number 3. We'll see you there. Today we're going to be giving away 4 $50 Fanatical gift cards across the broadcast. You got to watch out because it's going to be in between games. Fanatical, thank you for sponsoring us and giving us these giveaways for the players and for the people in the chat. If you want an exclamation mark raffle, exclamation mark Fanatical, go check them out. Give them a thank you. A big shout out to them. Welcome back to College Warzone, though, as we are getting into this game number 3. CSU, they walk out on top in game number 2. They take the dub. That's only going to boost their stocks even higher. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Tiff, and what a ride we've been on so far.
What a ride indeed. We got to open up the show talking to Lieutenant Aaron Jones, aka Thalassic. And what was the one thing he said, Seymour? He was like, I'm looking at you, CSU Rams. I'm expecting you to win. And if not, I'm going to be incredibly disappointed. And how can you be disappointed with CSU Rams when they're performing so incredibly well? So they are doing everything right to make Thalassic happy right now. So very proud of them and excited to see where they fall on the leaderboard after a beautiful second place and coming back to the first place in map number 1. And production tells me we have leaderboard in my ear. So let's go ahead and take a look at it right now and look at that CSU Rams 64.5 points, Seymour. That's got to make Thalassic proud, right?
Yeah, we get a little bit of a change up, and I'm sure Thalassic is proud around that. You know, I don't know if it's spite, you know, they don't want to be the disappointments, or, you know, maybe it's just they woke up different today because number 2 team from last week is now overtaking Northwood and in that number 1 spot at 64.5. Florida Gulf Coast and second, 52.3. Queens Esports boost up into third at 52.25, so just right behind Florida Golf Course, might I say. And they gave me a little bit of confusion too because they were one of the teams, you know, in that little end game. Obviously, Northwood dropped out a little bit early because they're going to move down the leaderboard all the way into 4th, and VCU, they dropped down as well, down into 5th.
Hey, but it doesn't matter at this point. They are still remaining incredibly consistent. And yeah, maybe they only kind of sit in 5th place as opposed to 4th after map number 1, but they were still able to make a good chunk of points. They went from 24.3 after map number 1, sitting with 40.8. And this is a game of consistency, right? If you can consistently put heavy double-digit points on the board, we'll see what happens when we get done from that. But I'm actually really impressed with Queens Esports. You were kind of talking about them, right? But they kind of came out of nowhere, had an absolutely massive game, and now find themselves within the top 3. This is good. They could get an auto qualification spot after today.
You say they came out of nowhere. Those are my buddies out in Canada. You got to give some respect to the Canadian boys, you know, coming through from Queens. They're putting in some work right now in Collegiate Warzone, and they're looking for that auto qualification spot for playoffs, and you got to tip it to them as well. I mean, they definitely showed up. They weren't on my radar going into today, and they weren't even on my radar after game number 1, but they proved themselves in game number 2, and this is where, you know, it brings us back to the conversation about consistency. You know, it's a big question. Can they continue with that performance for the rest of the day? Because you got to think, VCU, Northwood, they're not going to be happy that they dropped down into places 4th and 5th, because you want that auto qualification spot if you're VCU. Northwood, you want that chance to go back-to-back. I can imagine that they're not going to stay quiet for long. So, you know, it's a big question if, you know, Florida Gulf Coast and Queens can continue inside of this consistency that is 2nd and 3rd place right now.
Hey, and that's what they need to do. If they did something dramatically different as opposed to map number 1, if they went in, enacted some changes, and came out on top, they're going to run it back and do the same thing they did and pray that nothing related to like RNG kind of happens to them in map number 3. And I think that's what they need to look for. They found immense success. I want to see them run it back. I want to see some high kill games. And that's kind of what we've been seeing. Every time we check into, you know, CSU, they have already found, you know, 5 to 8 elims per player by that mid game. So then when they're moving from mid game to late game, they are just picking up kills on the rotation, garnering a higher scaled placement multiplier and just finding success. So they've got the methodology right up on it. Let's continue it.
I mean, hey, if I go to Staka's point of view and he doesn't have 7 kills halfway through the game, I think I'm going to be a little bit disappointed in CSU because that consistency has been pretty strong so far through our qualifier number 2. But, you know, going into the rest of it, you know, I was mentioning that maybe if you're not finding success in the first couple games, changing something up at the start of the game is going to definitely prove to help, because you don't want to give up that gulag so early.
Right.
You don't want to give up that second chance so early into the game. So if you're looking into it and you're looking to change something up, I think pacing off the start of the game, showing a little bit more respect and not trying to contest for a drop can definitely favor you for some of these teams. And especially if you're, maybe Queens and FGCU are looking to maybe repeat into a late game contention and get a top placing again to boost that multiplier for themselves. It changes. Sometimes, they work, sometimes they don't. But I think that's definitely something to look out for some of these teams who aren't finding themselves into the top 10, that going into this game, I would like to see some of them maybe show some respect and not go for that early contention.
I like that, right? Because with the way Caldera is kind of outlined, there's a lot of not populated areas throughout the center of the map, a lot of jungle-esque type topography. But I think if you look for those micro POIs that are outside of the heavily populated points of interest, like look at Peak for say, right? There's probably at least 2 to 3 teams that are going to be landing Peak, drop at P, pushing P. That's been such a highlight of Caldera, but with the Season 4 changes, they added some micro POIs surrounding that area to kind of break up the congestion. So maybe you choose to land at one of those areas, grab a gun, maybe find some decent ground loot, because like I said, the ground loot on Caldera right now is so nice. You can find a Cooper carbine, you can get a ground loot KG, you've got the Marco Blixen, I believe, also the MP40 for SMGs. So you can find a lot of success there just from ground loot. And if you feel comfortable with that, you can go ahead and say, hey, I use this on the daily. And to be fair, some of those ground loot weapons are pretty nice. Like, I think the Marco hits a little harder than my loadout Marco when I find the higher tiered Marcos on the ground.
Sometimes I will drop into Caldera and I'll pick up, a random Marco or a random KG40 and I'll take some shots and I'll just be like, my gun doesn't do that.
Right? It's like, what is on this thing?
what is this that I just found on the ground? What is this treasure that I just picked up off the ground? It's definitely been a lot more diverse into, the later ends of this season, and that's definitely something to look forward to if players are going to be dropping at those micro POIs. If they find that ground loot and they opt to early rotate into the major points of interest and then try to third party the games, it could definitely turn things around for a lot of teams. But it's not even to mention that some of these places we might not be seeing for long, because we're reaching the end of the season, so a lot of these places might not even be here for the next qualifier. So who knows what we're going to be getting.
Yeah, and let's talk about that, right? Because a lot of the teams that I think are finding success have worked together. Their team communication is absolutely on point, but it's their positioning throughout and the ability to snag trades. And something that I've noticed a lot of these teams are using is those lethals, right? Those Semtexes as your entryway of fragging in, right? I believe it was CSU Rams. We saw that player Staka throw 2 Semtexes in throughout the window, find some early damage, and then be able to couple that with their Arma SMG and just go in and make an easy clean wipe, because you mentioned the third parties, right? So if you're taking an early game fight or even a mid game fight, you want to finish as quickly as humanly possible, because all you're doing is alerting to the other teams in the area that there's a fight happening, and someone, given that there's portable redeploy balloons on literally every team that we saw last game, you've got to keep an eye out, because if someone's flying in, don't assume that they're coming back from the gulag, right? You can't assume that they're just maybe having a pistol or maybe just whatever gun they had in the gulag. You need to assume that they are fully kitted out and ready to take you down.
Yeah, those Semtexes, man, they were not missing for CSU, let me tell you. So, going to be looking to see that for sure. But wish I had good news for you guys. Doesn't seem like we're getting these players in lobbies just now. A little bit of trouble is keeping us out of Caldera, out of our game number 3. So we're going to try to wrangle up these students and get into this third match. We'll cut to a break, and when we come back, we'll see you on the battlefield. We're back with game number 3. Seymour and Tiff on the mic. It's been a good one so far. You know, electric game 1, electric game 2. CSU still on top going throughout it as well. Looking at things to shake up, though, as we're into the halfway mark of our tournament for qualifier number 2.
Hey, halfway, and now we're going to see if CSU can keep it up. But in the meantime, FGCU on your screen, looking to kind of call out their destination. They're going to be making their way over towards Arsenal, which I believe is actually where they went to begin with. But Kirch sees someone kind of lurking below. And every time this happens to me, Seymour, I get a little excited, right? Because I have this thing where I have to ego chow people. Even if I'm in the air, it doesn't matter when.
Yeah.
But I am so proud of Kirch for staying the course. Because
Staying
I would have just let everything fly and just tried to take that man out.
He's a trooper all the way through. He doesn't want to take those early shots.
Dude,
Capo did. Won't work. Gulag won't go his way this time around. Who was that? I didn't get to see who took him down, but that is not the start that you want if you are Illini, as they're already losing out on one member. It seems like the rest of the team trying to restabilize. They are cashed out. You know, you won't get that early loadout, but find a few kills, you take down the opposing team, and maybe you're going to be able to scavenge enough cash off of them. It seems like they're already scouting for, a further away buy station so that they don't have to take this, but even still, Xe lurking and waiting.
Yeah, this is going to be a really tough play for them. Airfield is one of the highly populated, most probably contested areas. So a lot of cash, a lot of good ground loot here. You can see that someone threw a mobile buy station over to their north, kind of west. So you want to stay away from that, especially if you were not the one to throw that. And they're trying to kind of finesse their way over towards that buy station down at the south side of Airfield. And I think that's a smart play for them. They can pick up a lot of cash along the way. Who knows? Maybe get your teammate back and have enough to be able to provide them with a loadout as well, which would be the best way to bring back OG Capo into the game. And I feel you just need to play it safe because you are split up from your other teammate in the form of Shufi, but OG Capo spectating Xe here and trying to give him some words of advice, but Kirch did make their way over to Arsenal, but it seems as if they do hear some people, and yeah, Kirch gonna get tagged up. You got some players on the stairs, gotta play this smart. You do have a Blixen in hand and not able to get, this is a little dicey. Kirch, you're gonna have to go and back away, but gonna get downed, unfortunately, not able to pull the trade, and that's gonna be optimal flames from CSU, who is in the vicinity, and that's gonna be really dicey because CSU wants to win this, and FGCU is in second place.
That's number 1 versus number 2 already, and we just started. I was talking about maybe respect off the drop. CSU say, no, we're not respecting anyone. We're going to at least take down that number 1 or that number 2 team as fast as we can. As we swap over to VCU, they're on the prowl right now. A helicopter above them and 2 bounties right now. A scavenger as well as being hunted by an opposing team.
I'm sorry, Seymour. I just hear the comms and it's like, bro, this guy's just memeing on me.
I know, I was going to say.
Dragon Dino usually does have some form of bazooka, RPG in their hand, but unfortunately does not have any of that right now. Just a little MP40 and a dream. So going to go ahead and try to regain back. And you see all of the helicopters in the area. And this happened. It did. Seymour, this is what I was waiting for. You see the pain on their face, that heli throw to decimate them, and Kirch finding themselves in the gulag, Sten in hand, gonna get some early connects and makes that super clean. A little bit of body shot action, but that's totally fine. It's all fair in love and war, baby. And Kirch going back to Caldera.
He dropped a helicopter on him. I mean, I was gonna laugh at people hiding in bushes. I never thought I was gonna see somebody drop a helicopter on a car, but here we go. Dragon Dino looking to get right back up, slides on in. Fiasco drops him down. We had to look back at that. Fiasco got the jump on him and everything. A little bit broken camera, a little bit of broken ankles. You know how it goes sometimes when you're in the gulag, and now Dragon Dino is going to have to wait for his team to buy him back. And that's hurtful to see. I mean, you just died to a helicopter, and now your teammates are riding in one like it never happened.
You know, I mean, it happens. You can see it. He's just kind of like, are you serious? Did I really just go through all of that? But they are going to go ahead and do a nice little scavenger. They might have actually abandoned that because it looks like to be in the distance. So trying to find as much cash as they can. But OG Capo, oh, this is not good for the Illini. They got the MP40 in hand, trying to keep the dream alive for the team. Last man standing does get some early shots in, and with an inch of their life remaining, going to go ahead and join themselves back on Caldera for a massive regain. Seymour, the one thing about Warzone, and if you're going to play in these custom lobbies, is the ability for regains.
Oh, yeah. I thought we saw Capo in the Gulag earlier in the game.
Gulag tokens, he probably grabbed one. Those are really cool. I love those. They have redeploy tokens, they got Gulag tokens, and they just kind of pop out sporadically, so it's really hard to kind of keep up with who gets them. But you can see they did do a little bit of changes to the HUD for the team, so you can see like Wheels has Gulag left, does have a self-revive as well. So as casters, we're finally able to get a little more information about the teams and be able to share that with your teammates.
Yeah, and I mean, lucky enough for Illini, Capo was able to take a second shot at the Gulag and make it out alive this time, so they're going to be able to still try to work throughout this game number 3. It would suck to go down that early in such a marker in this tournament for the qualifier. At the halfway mark, you don't want to fall any more behind, because you might be thinking that if you're that far behind after game number 3, you might not be able to climb back into the top 3 with how good, with how strong basically, you know, FGCU has looked, CSU, VCU, Northwood, even it was Queens who snuck into top 3. So, I mean, there's a lot of teams to beat right now in this qualifier, and you do not want to fall too far behind. We're looking at FGCU. Pretty sure they're working over to the buy station to get their loadout.
Yeah, I like that from them. This is a good play. This is a pretty much a solid area. But the issue is you see that triple threat on their screen. That means there is a team located in their nearby vicinity. So if you're going to go ahead and get that loadout, that's great. But you don't have any money for kind of a UAV now. But I'd rather have my weapons than a UAV. I feel a little more comfortable with that, but you just gotta have to keep an eye out, and there's a lot of open space here, which makes me a little uncomfortable, right? We've seen a lot of people breaking out that Vanguard Car 98K, green line rifles, so you don't want to stay in any one position too long, because I feel like if you kind of over peak or maybe overextend, you can really get completely caught off guard, which is great for Serpentine, right? Because if you run Serpentine, it gives you that little bit of an extra boost to kind of finesse your way out into some cover. But they're going to go ahead and snag a bounty right now. Maybe try to do bounty for bounty and get some additional information.
You know, sometimes it's kind of fun just watching teams frolic the fields of Caldera. It's just loot. It's like looting simulator at some point. When you're getting no action, it's kind of relaxing. Just to see that how kitted up you can get before you take that fight. And even that, I mean, Wheels he's on the triple threat right now. They have danger around them. I don't know where this team is, but it seems like they're going to be going toe-to-toe with the bounty as they pick up a hunt as well, and they're going to be hunting Ronin, LSU. So just down the hill will be this team. And, you know, as they're just going to square up against each other, it's kind of like winner takes it all at this point.
Yeah, and this is going to be one of those fun pushes. They do have the high ground, but there are, I believe, 3 houses just kind of down this like area, which is where I believe their bounty is. And typically there's some buy stations, so some people will kind of come here to go ahead and regain. But coming on over to OG Capo's POV, and Shufi and co, not really a lot of shields. They're going to get that nice thirst, put that 2 elims on the board. You can hear the call out to my left here. Someone is just in front of them, able to connect some shots, not able to get a break. Now trying to finesse and maybe answer back. It's that Marco, a little better at the range, you know, but once you get that, make that 3 for him. Now you kind of got to reposition, but you're going to get some good spoils. Maybe your teammates can kind of share, and that Shufi doesn't have any plates, so maybe he can grab that satchel.
Capo's just shuffling right now. I mean, that was kind of nice. He was dancing.
Little two-step.
Yeah. And you know, just earlier in this game, it was Capo in the Gulag, last alive for his team. So you talk about regain, here it is on screen firsthand. We get to see it. And now Illini is just, what can you make out of this opportunity? It's still 32 teams in the game for game number 3. So a long way to get to that multiplier, but it's kind of one step at a time now for Illini. You get back into the game, you find some stabilization, some ground to work on, and now you're trying to climb back in. FaZe Blue versus Gunley of GSU. Said Gulag Type 11 too. I just
Yeah,
talk about an ugly iron sight.
it's dicey, and anytime you go up against FaZe Blue, you've just got to play it patient, and sometimes you are the hunter, and sometimes you are the hunted. But now let's see if Trippies is going to have any more luck, because last member standing, they're going to have to find some success here. Early shots do go out and connect. Players trying to dance and kind of hide from them, but Trippies is going to keep the dream alive. I believe that was 6 kills for the team, and I love that you're talking about the regain, right? OG Capo was able to get all the teammates back up. They have loadout in hand. They're currently sitting in 10th place on the leaderboard, and they've got people in their sights, so they want to keep the momentum going because they're about 22 points shy of breaking into the top 3, so they need a really big game here, and Xy's going to go ahead and find a nice down, so they just keep this momentum moving, doing everything they need. 30 teams remaining in this lobby, and if they've already got this much going on now, with another team wipe to their name, and OG Capo finds another one, so 2 team wipes in the span of literally 5 seconds. Great job from them.
Another one bites the dust. A little bit of hardcore parkour. Precision airstrike coming, so clear the area as quick as you can at line. Now here comes the heat. Down the field. Nice shots from Capo. Brace the armor. Down on one. And looking for the full elimination. Not going to get it. Cluster Strike was actually able to fully eliminate Shoofy, so it's up to Capo and Xy. Now just Capo as his teammates get run over. Has to reposition on the inside. Needs to stay alive for his team as well. Both of their gulags have been burned. Look at early shots into one. Remember, he did get the early down, so it is going to be a 1v2 as he's trying to figure his way throughout this 1v2. Spots the corner, finds the elimination. Not a team wipe just yet, but he makes this a little bit easier for himself now. Back over to the Marco. Player hiding inside the shed. Trying to play this patiently, trying to find an angle on in. Finds the player, snaps some shots. Early damage on, just trying to finesse this around the warehouse. Ring around the Rosie, trying to make his way in, struggling just to get an angle on him, but snapping the camera on the inside. Capo can't get it done, but he made it look good.
No, the issue was he kept connecting with the deployable cover. So every time it was showing hit markers, he was actually only connecting with the deployable cover. I am so sad he was able to put some damage down, but it was just a 1v1, and sometimes, Seymour, you've just got to lock it in and win your ones. And right now, Casito coming out on top, doesn't have any cash available to them, but is just doing a really good job of like lurking, waiting, seeing if his teammate's going to come back from that gulag and be able to join him and help him go on the regain. They do have some buy stations nearby, but man, a little dicey there.
What a big moment from Casito, too, and a player that neither one of us have really put a spotlight on today, but, you know, taking down Capo, the pillar of Illini throughout game number 3, the clutch master, the hero that got them through so many tough moments. Law's going to win his gulag, so back into the fray with his squad, and looks like they want to bring back Samaj, so going to be looking for a buy station to bring back their fallen comrade while they loot through the ground loot that was dropped from the Illini players. Now it's just realistically for Casito and Law, you get back Samaj and you're not in a bad spot because those Illini players, they were pretty kitted out, and there's a buy station not too far away.
I don't know about that.
Yes, now it's just all about, hey, do we have the cash available? We do. $3,800 right there on one player, so they are going to be able to make this happen. You have to play it a little smart, right? Because that ring is about to start coming in. You do see a couple red dots sporadically throughout the outside, and everyone's going to be trying to make their way into zone. And the factory is a very highly populated area, so you can assume that there's going to be some teams trying to make their way out. But think of the teams that chose to land in Arsenal. The zone is pulling straight to it. You really don't have to do any rotations. Teams like CSU, FGCU, and now we're jumping on board Marquis, and he's got that 3-line rifle out, trying to make something happen. 4 elims to their name, and honestly, homie in the back of this cam is just chilling, so they're just actually vibing. And we talk about having those moments on campus where you just have a location to go and play these tournaments. I am jealous, bro.
How do you know who that is? Is that the Barry Bucks hype man in the back? Waiting for Marskis to absolutely pop off with the 3-line? Maybe just hype up the boys? get them ready for game number 3, maybe turn things around into game 4 and 5, and find their way into top 3 to try to auto-qualify for those playoffs. Well, Yos already heating up. Another elimination for the Barry Bucks as they keep on tagging more players down. We are into now the 22 mark for trios. As 2 more teams out, we're going to be looking at multipliers, Tiff, and that's where things get fun. It looks like Barry on the hunt. A little bit of information from Marski's sniper in hand, 3-line, looking for the angle, not going to find anything, but if anybody wants to go toe-to-toe with this guy, I've seen what he can do with the sniper. It is not fun.
Hey, I mean, but this is going to be a little dicey bit of an area. I love the entryway into this with the Armagura, but going to get tagged up. Trade is going to come through. That's absolutely textbook right there. There is a second player not able to do it, but you're going to throw out your nades. Those are the important critical moments of that, and look at how textbook that was. Seymour able to get that res off, and now the regain begins. Indivent does have tempered on, and that's going to save a lot, able to pick up a portable redeploy balloon. But I was going to say, this team is currently sitting in 7th place, just 12 points shy of breaking into the top 3. And with Marski's having 5 elims and about to break into where we're getting some of those placement multipliers, they are on track to have a very solid map number 3. And you mentioned we're halfway through it, and consistency is key. So this is what Barry Bucks needs to do. And I mean, they almost kind of look like they're playing plunder. $19,000. So go spend some UAVs, you know? Get those UAVs. Start going on the aggression.
And Yassia, he got a full team wipe there with the help of those Semtex, and I saw them go from 1 spectator to 2 spectators. So they're literally pulling spectators just at how hype they're playing right now. Another team is going to try to jump them, and they're going to turn around and put some pressure back down. Spotting heads is going to be Marski. No shots, but that zone is going to be flooding this team right into the Barry Bucks. 51 seconds for this to close. Redeployable balloon for Barry to get back into the safe zone. It looks like they're going to take it all the way up. They want to totally ditch this team in the zone and try to find their way back in. But now it's open season for Barry. Everybody's going to be looking at them. All attention is going to be on where they drop.
Ooh, this is smart, though. I think they weren't going to be able to make that drop. They would have really had to stretch it and stay in the air for way too long. But hiding in the cover of this area, utilizing these rocks, because all the teams behind them still have to rotate in. Now who's got the advantage? They do. But jumping on over to Beloved from KSU, really down south in Arsenal. This is a little bit further out, close to kind of the ocean area. And these kind of big buildings, you can so easily hide inside them. And I always lose to fights because I'm really bad at looking up, right? I do it in life too. Walk around, I'm short, I look down. No, with these, people can hide up in the rafters of these buildings. You'll see people on the roof, dropping down, walking around, and it's just so scary to push. You see right here, KSU is setting up themselves like the rats in my attic at this point,
I was going to say, they're literally pests right now. They're literally pests just hiding in the attics, just calling an exterminator to take out KSU. It doesn't seem like they want to go anywhere, but you know, I like that you're bringing up, you know, the depth that Arsenal brings, you know, the hype, because it's not only that. I mean, dry docks just like around the corner. I mean, as soon as the circle even closes on those dry docks, you know that there's going to be a lot of top-down fights with the cranes around, you know, how deep the dry docks are and, you know, the buildings surrounding them. This is going to be quite the diverse end circle when it comes to Caldera. Not something you normally see in Caldera with how wide open it can be, but now we look at the Longhorns in a little bit of a situation. Mickey gonna get some early damage. Drops on down. It's gonna be a tight one. Through the window he goes. Dancing with the devil right now, but he's okay with it.
Oh my gosh, look at his health bar, Seymour. I'm pretty sure that Bren was from the Gulag. Yeah, he's got 8 kills and everything, but homie is just barely keeping the dream alive for the Longhorns. And, you know, sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do, and as you say that, CSU making some maneuvers, because you just saw the health on Staka go from literally non-existent with a stim shot to fully plated up, and only 2 elims for them this map here. And now they're going to try to make something happen. He's going to recal this, and I like the energy out of him. Not able to connect. There's 2 down there, and before he can get the Semtex out of his hand, he's going to be cut down by someone from the inside. Talk about an angle. Unlucky for CSU, but hey, this is going to cost them. They're currently at the top of the leaderboard with 64.5 points, with FGCU currently breathing down their necks. This is going to open the door for the other teams to make a move, and hey, Marskis and co are going to be one of those teams looking to kind of close the gap.
You brought it up, and I'm so glad you did. But did you see the team that took him down? It was Northwood. Northwood takes him down, so a team looking to resurge here in game number 3, where they didn't have the strongest game number 2. And Northwood making the run all the way into the end game now, down to 15 teams. This is where we start ramping up the multiplier. Barry Bucks find their way into the safe zone. Players on the ridge scoping down, still 3-line in the hand of Marskis, and won't be able to hit that shot. But now in this position, this is kind of a sitting duck position. As you know, there's going to be a lot of player on the outside, on the ridge, trying to move into exactly where they are now. We look at where the new safe zone is going to be identified to. Gulag closes, so it's now or never for Barry Bucks to turn things around when they're in the end game. 12 teams left.
We have a balloon. I have a gas.
Yeah, this is like a hurry up and wait moment, right? You get your second free loadout of the game, drop it in. That's going to give you some information. Maybe you see a loadout drop in nearby you that's not yours. You've got a sniper. Maybe you can get a good early clean shot if you just play it patient. But you do have 30 seconds before you need to start rotating. There's a Bertha just north of you, a balloon that you could kind of rotate out and hit, but that's going to be really tough because when you're so late game, you need some safety, right? It's pulling, and there might not be a lot of real estate or buildings actually available inside that zone. So honestly, if this was me and it was safe, I would want that Bertha up there if it had health, and I would want to drive it straight into zone, avoiding any launchers, any Semtex, any C4s. But KSU Beloved has came out of their hiding place, and that's going to be a kill onto Ka right there. Now getting tagged up from the rooftops, but they're able to find them and able to get into some shelter, reshield up, and kind of disengage a little bit and share the love, right? Here's some plates, my guy. 6 elims for Beloved, so this is looking to be really prevalent. They've made it to that 9th place, so a 1.35x multiplier. And they're looking to kind of traject themselves up this leaderboard, currently sitting in 13th place with 26 points. So this is what they need.
Oh, nice shots there. Full down from Beloved. At least the knock, not the full down, but the rats in the attic, they just keep on getting worse at this point.
Don't say that, Seymour. I don't want to know about the rats in my attic. No, I'm just kidding. Let's go, KSU. You're doing everything that you need to do. Let's go ahead and go into a nice split screen. You're going to see right now the school v school, and KSU is going to be on your right-hand screen. That's going to be Beloved. This is going to be really tough because I love this walk when you're going in, and on the team on the left is fighting for their lives, trying to take some members down. On the rocks, going to be some return fire from the White House. Teammate goes down. You're trying to keep the dream alive. You do have that high alert on, and literally a centimeter of life to your life, and you do have a gas mask, so you can tank it a little bit, and you do get that shield cracked. And SJSU COD, aka Poppy Matt. See what you can do, Poppy. Let's see what you can do. Oh, a 1v2.
Whoa. Okay.
That is dicey.
Oh, he turned. He was ready for it, too. You wanted to see an Ego Chow at some point. We got an Ego Chow right there from a.k.a. Poppy Matt. Doesn't pay off his way as we had a split screen there. Shout out to Prod for the split screen, too. Switchy, Benji, Sport for keeping things running behind the scenes. Rose is down for KSU. Beloved, last one standing, has a buy station. Right low, but in the corner.
Dude.
Knock, knock. Hello. Came to the wrong house, Beloved.
Seymour, these rooms, like, they're so dark in the corners. You cannot
It's
see
Casito.
anyone. Yeah, I'm telling you, this is what they do. I have found people that do this off of drop. I'm talking the beginning of the game, and I will scream. You think, like, this is a horror game, Seymour. This is a jump scare game. Someone's going to walk through that door thinking they are getting some, like, awesome moments. No, this is going to be tough for them.
This is jump scare. You think this is just a BR? This isn't any BR. This is a BR horror first person loot simulator.
Yes, there's a bunch of windows. That's the only door.
Don't go walking into doors without checking. Don't go walking into doors without checking your corners at this point. Casito has basically cemented some buildings as his own. But look at the circle. The next identified safe zone is right out in the open. You're not really going to have a chance at holding down the buildings, and it looks like Casito is going to get the worst of it. Through the wall, he goes down. Molly on the front door, zoning away from those players. But here come the Semtexes. opening things up. Samaj broken through the window. He's down. 2 out of the hands there. That's Northwood University coming to knock, coming to pray, and they're taking down teams left, right, and center. 4th place for Casito, Samaj, and Law. Jet's still alive for Queens University, but he's going to be the last one for his team. 4 trios left, 8 players, and you know Northwood still has all 3 of them.
Yeah, they definitely have the player advantage, but you've got Marskies right now kind of spectating Queens University, and Jetsy on your screen trying to keep the dream alive. 3 squads remaining, so they've made it to that 1.7x multiplier. They are already sitting in the top 3 on your leaderboard, so this is going to be mission critical for them to try and regain, find some nice shots, and I'm curious if that's going to be Northwood, because we did see them kind of trying to evict a lot of people from those buildings, and now the issue with this, they know where Jetsy is. He has to move, does have a gas mask, and I love if he's going to sit here and tank this for a little bit. No rush per se, but the moment he starts coughing, that is going to be all bad news when he's going to give up that information. And he does not have the ring pull. This is tough, Seymour.
No, he's going to have to hope that those players start fighting very soon.
Oh, the PDS play!
A little bit of chance to stay alive here, Tiff.
I like
The
this.
circle, it's moving farther away from him. You just cannot, you cannot opt to stay in this position for too long.
There we go. Yep, that's all he wanted.
And here we go. Time to go for Queens University. Stim shot, not able to plate. Through the smoke, taking so much heat from beyond. Northwood just gatekeeping this last player. Jet's going to eat a Semtex, and he's going to eat the next one as well. Leaving your last known team, your Warzone victors for game number 3, alive and well inside of the next zone. I'm going to wait to see who that is before I call it too early. It looks like Queens, they did get second, so it was Jets able to finesse long enough to get there, but what a way to end. What a way to hold things off as your own.
Hey, what a way to hold things off. And Barry University on your screen looks like they were able to at least get 7 eliminations. So big dubs from them. And, you know, I don't want to jinx it anymore, but I think it was Northwood that pulled off that W. And if that's the case, I mean, that's 2 out of 3 games for a W for them here in qualifier number 2.
That's solid to finish off game number 3. You know, you drop down to 4th place. You want to fight your way back. You want a little bit of revenge. I said they were going to be angry going into that game and not to watch and look over them whatsoever. What do? They take down CSU. They take down KSU. They totally evict them from their buildings.
Yeah.
And now they're going to be looking to get right back into that 1st place spot. They're trying to go back-to-back, folks. Before we go to a break, don't forget that we have a giveaway coming up for this 3rd game. Fanatical, we can't thank them enough for giving us 4 $50 gift cards. If you don't know what Fanatical is, !Fanatical in chat. Check them out. If you win that gift card, you have a chance to just buy some games, stock up your library, and enjoy for that off season. Shout out to Fanatical for giving those gift cards. !Raffle in chat. Enter and see if you can take them away. But also another shout out over to America's Navy for helping sponsor and put on the College Warzone tournaments. If you want to check out more information on America's Navy and how to get involved with that, Navy.com, as well as don't forget to follow them on social media, Facebook, Instagram, and Twitter, America's Navy. Go check them out. Tiff, game number 3 is done. We're past that halfway mark. 2 more games left before we see who's qualified and auto-locked for playoffs from our qualifier number 2. Stay tuned, everybody, as we'll be back with more College Warzone. Well, we are here with our last potential, or our last game today for College Warzone. My name is Seymour, alongside me is Tiff. We had a little bit of an update because of our blunder back in game number 1, Tiff. We're only going to be doing 2 to 5 to count, so this will be the last remaining game for players to qualify for today.
Yeah, and I think that's totally fine, right? You got 4 games, call it a night, and maybe find yourself with an auto qualification spot. We saw some really intense action that ending of the last game, right? That one last player from Queens Esports trying to kind of keep the dream alive, get as high of a multiplier as possible for falling towards Northwood Esports. And I'm curious to see kind of what effect that had on the leaderboard before we jump into map number 4, because that's going to lay everything on the line, right? Who we need to keep an eye out. And look at that, Seymour. New leader has emerged, trying to run it back week 1 after week number 2. 96.85 points. That's gonna be Northwood Esports. CSU Rams gonna fall to second place with 83.25. Queens Esports doing what they need to do, 78.15 points. That was gonna be Jet Z that kept the dream alive there for them in map number 3. And now we need to keep an eye out on Florida Gulf Coast and Barry Bucks, because if Queens Esports goes down early by some stroke of horrible bad luck, and look, I'm hoping that I do not cast or curse anyone in this shape or form, but so they do that, they have about 22-ish points kind of between 3rd and 4th, and I think that's where we're gonna have to look at.
Well, you kind of like reverse caster curse them there. You said it was like, it would be bad luck for them to get it, so it's like
big brain
reverse psychology, the caster curse, and then maybe they get good luck going into the next game. But I'm going to mention VCU COD, they also dropped down to 6th place, so a team that you were looking at to hopefully bounce back in qualifier number 2 to get into that auto qualification spot for playoffs. They haven't been looking the best since that first game where they did mount themselves in that 3rd place spot. Ever since that, it's been on a little bit of a downward decline, but they're not too far away. Again, they're just right around that same situation on if Queens University has a little bit of a mistake in the first start of this game, there's still potential to overtake that spot with a large one. So you're looking at those 3 teams to make a resurgence here in our last game of qualifier number 2, and looking like we're starting off with the Brock Bandits right off the bat. Chief Keef on screen.
Hey, Chief Keef, and let's just talk about the zone. We see half of it off into the ocean, and this is gonna push everyone straight into Airfield, Lagoon, Storage Town. You can see right now Chief Keef does have Storage Town pinged, which is one of my favorite locations. It was a really cool addition to kind of see it come back, right? But everyone is gonna be headed that way, and they are currently under fire. Someone's getting a little dicey, doing a little ego chow in the air, and you've just got to keep moving to try and evade the enemy's pistols.
It's like, hear no evil, see no evil while you're falling down, but no way, Queens! No! Oh no, Tiff! Tiff, you didn't! You didn't, come on!
Reverse curse! You said reverse curse! You were the one that brought this down to them, and now...
Is it like the reverse of the reverse curse?
Look, it is all down to their 1v1s. You just gotta beat them, but the Oregon Ducks finding some success here, looking beautiful. Last time we saw them, Casito and Co, but oh no. One has already fallen. There's 2 remaining. Jetsy might have to be the clutcher up because it's all coming down to Jets. You can see it. You see it. He is chilling, vibing.
Oh, yeah.
Vibes are high right now, literally, and Jet Z trying to run it back. Does have the Whitley in hand. Gonna go ahead and throw out that gas grenade. Try and find some information, and not able to get a line of sight. And this is going to be mission critical for this moment. But
Mission Impossible right now.
yeah.
Jetson, he's gonna keep it alive. You just can't teach it. I was never worried. For Queens University. Jets, you just get it done. You can't teach it. The ice.
Look, I mean, that face right there. Cool, calm, collected, able to execute under pressure, did everything he needed to do in that last map to secure a 2nd place and get as much of that multiplier as humanly possible. Already has 3 elims to their name. Gonna hit a nice supply run right there and maybe tag that balloon and go get the teammates back and just keep on going.
Look, teams 3, 4, and 5 don't know, or 4, 5, and 6 don't know how easy they almost just had it in the last game of the day. But man, that almost just opened up a world of opportunity, Tiff.
I mean, a world of opportunity indeed, but KSU getting a little dicey here in Storage Town. Got that Volk right there, able to grab 2 downs, but unfortunately, Chief Keef is going to be able to take him down. But will the trades be there? Where are your teammates, and are they able to answer back? Because now Beloved, with 3 eliminations to their name, finds themselves in an early gulag, and you see O-Rose and Phantom still alive and kicking, so maybe they were able to kind of clean it up for the teammate. You can kind of get a line of sight. There's something to do with radar jammers that provide a lot of information on where people are, but hey, let's see if you have any luck with the Whitley yourself. I like this move. You kind of hug the barrels, right? Check your couple line of sights, because usually these are the main moments where people push through. I can't really see which utility he has. I'm assuming gas grenade, maybe a stim. So just kind of, chilling. Play it cool, calm, and collected, Beloved, just like we saw Jet do. So run it back. And CSU, alive and well, Seymour.
Yeah, number 2 team. Live and kicking here in the last game of the day. Elimination for Staka, but did get a little bit of an update from Prod. Big knockout early, Tiff.
Yeah, that's going to be really unfortunate. Queen's University has fallen out of the lobby in 35th place, thus opening the door for FGCU and Barry Bucks. I believe they had a 22-point deficit to overcome if they want to find themselves inside that 3rd place. So now all you can do if you're Queen's University is just kind of sit around and wait to see if you get an auto-qual spot here in qualifier number 2.
All you need to do is a big pop-off game here. VCU, Barry Bucks, FGCU. The door is open. Time to just open it and walk on through. Qualify for that last qualification spot. Insider qualifier number 2 here for College Warzone. And not to mention too is that since CSU and Northwood have pretty much cemented themselves that number 1, number 2 spot, Tiff. We're not going to get another team to auto-qualify. It's only one team right now with the potential to auto-qualify and have a new qualified team for playoffs. The rest of them are going to have to hope that they, come out on top in a future qualifier, or they're just going to have to hope they have enough points to qualify with them.
Yeah, I love that you brought that up, but I mean, you got CSU on your screen that maybe wants to take a shot at taking that number 1 spot away from Northwood and taking home $300 cash money to their name for a nice night of Warzone on a Monday. And you can see they've got some enemies out in the distance, and Staka 2 elims to their name. So not only is this not necessarily, I mean, it's still really early, 32 teams remaining, but I feel like every time we come through and see Staka's POV mid-game, we're talking 7, 8 elims. So I feel like Homie is just getting started, and I love that they're actually picking up the deployable covers and pinging them for their teammates, because you've seen how a lot of these zones have been ending, and it's been really tough. You've got to be able to fortify and kind of anchor your space and provide some kind of cover.
Yeah, the deployable cover just giving you ample opportunity to stay alive when natural cover isn't provided is something we saw Casito put to work earlier to, I think, shut down KSU in their past games. So, looking at them to get it done. And I'm liking this too out of Staka. He's just using the redeploy to maybe fish some information around the map, take to the skies, look all around, see who he can pick off, point out any players rotating around out in the open, crossing the street without looking both ways. He's hunting right now for Staka. He's only got 2 elims. I said, I would be disappointed if I saw Staka halfway through the game with anything less than 7 eliminations. He's got 2. I'm a little bit disappointed right now, and I think he knows that. He's feeling the pressure, and he's trying to look for his next victim.
And they have been spotted. I saw at least 2 little ants trying to make their way through, but Samaj from Oregon Ducks is going to find themselves in the gulag, last alive for the team. And this is going to be, correct. Barry Bucks on your screen on the other side. This is going to be a big W for Marski. He's going to need to take this, but Samaj on your screen going to get tagged up. Does have a little bit left of life, but Marski's is going to land it with a nice headshot and keep the dream alive for the Bucks, which is exactly what they need to do.
The dream team right now, FGCU, alive and chilling right now up inside the control tower. You got the bipod STG for Kirsch as well. I mean, this guy's going to be beaming at range, so and side of the airfield, they are just kicking back, enjoying their time. You know, you're in that 4th place spot. You need a steady placement at the end just to overtake Queens and find yourself in the auto qualification. Right now, it seems like autopilot for FGCU, Tiff, but at the same time, you think about how much work is being put in right now from Barry Bucks, and even still, as easy as they think it's going to be for FGCU, they're still going to have to find some eliminations throughout this game.
Yeah, they were sitting at 56.3 points prior to dropping into the final map of the day. So approximately 21 and some change shy of that 3rd place position, which is what they are kind of gunning for, with 27 teams remaining in the lobby, and 2 elims to Kirch, not able to kind of see what the rest of their teammates have, but it seems as if a little bit of explosions are in their vicinity. And this is that tower over an airfield building, and I don't dislike this strategy, right? Because this is probably a really dicey area and you can get some good information. But
Right.
I will say I have seen a precision or cluster in my time come in and wipe a full team in there if they stay extended at the top too long.
You just got to keep your eyes peeled for anything. Any oncoming air traffic, you know, vehicle traffic, foot traffic, anything coming your way if you are FGCU right now. CSU in a little bit of a pickle on the roof. I mean, I guess they're chilling right now. The hedges aren't going to save you from Staka. He is ripping right now, and he is paving way for CSU to stay in the top placings. Again, just peeking over the hedges. I mean, I guess it's thwarting Staka for now, but at some point you're going to have to move because the circle is right behind you, and I mean, you're going to have to move now. Here we go. So Staka's waiting. He knows he just has to bide his time, and open season. Oh, he has no ammo, so you'll live to fight another day. What can I say? Luck's on your side.
Yeah, that's rather unfortunate. I do run fully loaded on my ARs, and someone sneaking in from behind, grabbing it down on it, Snowy, and going to be able to get Staka as well. And now Optimal Flames, last man standing for CSU, able to get the down, and luckily does have a gas mask, so you can see they're going to go ahead and stick the res here. Maybe it's Snowy does not have one, which I'm not sure if they do, but they're going to go ahead and try to stick the res on them as well. Stims are going to be mission critical here because at some points, bro, these gas rings move so fast, so you have to stay on the tips of your feet and keep on moving.
Just got to keep trucking. KG40 not going to be helpful for Staka, so teammates going to drop some ammo to allow for a little bit more range for Staka. I mean, he's been beaming. If you're going to feed your ammo to anybody, give it to this guy because, I mean, he had a 12-kill game earlier. It's just the sky's the limit for Staka when he's got a KG40 in his hand. And now with CSU, they got the circle to their backs, working their way up the mountain.
Hey, you just got to keep climbing. You just got to keep climbing. At
You
this
never
point,
know
you have
what's
to-
over the ridge.
You really don't, and we've seen so many teams out here gatekeeping, and there's no balloons in sight. There is a UTV available to them, but they're going to forego that and just keep trucking alongside on foot, which I respect, right? You want to kind of fly under the radar. You don't have too much further to go. It's just on the other side
Excellent.
of this moment. You're going to be nestling in right on the south side of Dig site, and you find a bounty along the way, but you see Staka. He's like, hey, I think someone might be over here. I mean, this is a heavily populated POI that someone should be rotating in from, but not able to really land their eyes on anything but a nice little armor box and some loot to share and go around. And you just got to get inside the ring and make it through this next mid game. We're about to start those placement multipliers. Once we reach 20th, you'll be sitting at the 1.1x. And is that a person or is that a tree or is it a bird? Sometimes you just never know.
It's hard to tell.
They pinged an armor box, Seymour.
Oh,
An
okay.
enemy armor box.
Okay. I was like, is it a person? No, it's not. And, well, that's a person. Remember what I said? The hills have eyes, and they're always watching. So you walk out into the open. Staka will go fully down this time and does have the Gulag still. So CSU, they have some tricks up their sleeves still to get back into Caldera. Bren this time for him. Staka's going to be getting a little bit of aggressive with this LMG as well. Mate on the other end. He goes, peeks on out. Staka drops so low. Trying to hold on to strings at this point, Tiff, just to get back alive. The regeneration, is it going to be enough? Yes, it is. Staka clutches up for his team. Big moment right there for CSU.
That's a big money move right there. If you're trying to get into that first place position, that's what you got to do. Another elim to your name. Optimal Flames did go down as well, so it's going to be fighting for their life inside that gulag. But it's Snowy able to retain their life and just traverse the map and finesse. And you can hear it right there. Optimal Flames sounds like they're going to win their gulag as well. And I think they're almost nearing double digits, so that's going to be really great for them. But meanwhile, Rose is going to be flying back in from the gulag, and they're going to have to start their regain. The issue with the zone, right? As this ring is kind of finished closing, right? We're looking at the next zone. We are losing a lot of space to the ocean, and Rose getting tagged up from behind, trying to finesse, does get the line of sight in, and it's just not going to be enough. Unfortunately, they are going to fall, and does have a redeploy token.
Wow.
What a clutch move. You love to see it.
When you think it's over, they keep going. KSU, I mean, I swear, they are literal magicians, Steph. They are literal magicians. They're always pulling out their next trick out of their sleeve. And you know what? Rose this time, he's just sailing through Caldera.
Look.
This is where things get real chill. This is like the lo-fi hip-hop gliding through Caldera.
It was tactical. It was a tactical relocation because Rose wanted their loadout. You see this? They didn't get their loadout on the last, like, kind of fly in. So they were like, you know what? I'm going to go ahead, go down, and I'm going to go back to my loadout. 6 elims, 3 for the team. So 9 total, 20th place. So we're starting the multipliers now. And
yes.
You see right there, I believe, is that a most wanted or yeah, okay. That's interesting. That's a good choice, maybe off rip, but if you're going to go for a most wanted right now, there's no helis in sight. It's a little bit dicey. Once that ring finishes closing, it'll spawn a couple more contracts. You can probably choose something a little more safe, but you got to go for broke, right? We'll see. What place is KSU in right now? Because this could dictate everything. 11th place with 39.5 points. Seymour.
It's got to be something big then if they want to overtake 3rd place, because at the same time, maybe Queen's University have dropped out, but FGCU, Barry Box, they're working their way. Rose is going to catch another one looking the wrong way. 2 kills for Rose as you just keep on climbing the ranks if you're KSU. Now 10 eliminations for the full team. I totally agree. I mean, most wanted would be quite the bold strategy to go for at this point of the game, but Rose, he just wants to play for his life. Won't be able to get that done as he's hunted down by the remaining teammates of that fallen player. And KSU, they're going to be dropping out of the last game. 11th place. We can see how far those 10 kills can get them as they do get the multiplier in 20th.
Yeah, but look at the team that is sitting absolutely gloriously right now, trying to make a play for that first place. Gonna go ahead and maybe try to get a supply drop, get some early utility. You can see it's gonna move all the way out to that island, and that's a very dicey move. Like, I wouldn't even go for that, because once you get stuck out there, there's usually like a lighthouse out there. You'll have some teams that are camping inside that lighthouse and the building around it. There is usually a buy station there, but I'm not pushing it unless I've got a UAV and I know for certain that no one has eyes on me, because you said it. The hills have eyes. Well, that lighthouse, lots of eyes.
Lights them up. It's just a spotlight right over everything. Now through the swamps of Caldera to just get through this last little bit of the zone. I mean, if you're kind of judging from the zones, the end games that we've had, Lagoon is technically the most hilly of them all, where it's going to have like little areas where you can maybe hide behind, find that natural cover, and stick it out to the end, coexist with another team inside Lagoon. The potential is there, but 16 teams to populate this end circle, 16 trios, that's a lot of players to walk into this end circle with, or as the circle closes, even smaller. So there's going to be a lot of action ahead of you for any of these teams. As CSU, they were in a great spot. They want to be in an even better spot, so they get the early rotation closer to the Lagoon. Just post up in the house now. Staka is going to make sure that there's no windows for players to, maybe burst on through. But I like this call from CSU. Just get as close as you can, get as far into the circle as you can, and just find an area to lock down and wait for teams to follow.
Yeah, it's going to be really tough because when you're rotating through Lagoon, you mentioned it, right? You've got a lot of areas to coexist, but you also have a lot of water to traverse. And it's kind of funky because we talk about audio in video games and you can kind of hear the feet going through the water, but it's like that audio clutter and you can't really tell where it's necessarily coming from. But hey, Barry, you on your screen, they need to stay alive here. This is your team that is sitting in 5th place right now with 53.25 points, and Marski's 6 elims on them, and you can see that Yost is going to be picking up some kills as well. They are doing everything. They are doing everything right now, Seymour, and you can see it right now that Serpentine is able to have that player to evade with their life, but re-peaks Marski's able to get the down. They are doing what they need to, and you can see the player in the back taking photos of this moment right now because this is it. They want that auto qual spot, and they are made it to 14th place, and they are keeping the moves alive, and now they have lost Yost, so now Marcy's is going to have to make something happen. They do have the cash to be able to get their teammate back in. They just got to get to a buy station, but you're going to have to eliminate the enemy threats in your way first.
Yost had a precision airstrike, so if you can recover that precision airstrike, it can be quite the bailout tool. In the situation they're at, Marcy's going to have to jump in as there is a player dropping on top of him. He'll be able to re-enter the gulag as he did pick up one of the tokens from that crate, but oncoming traffic. Here we go. First down's going to be there. Beautiful shots out of Marski's. Looking to escape now. Has to stim shot. Back into it. Slides on through. Oh my word. He just burned him. Marski's ripping things up right now through Caldera. Still alive for a squad. Re-ups on the armor. Looking for number 2. Zones out with the nade. He's going to escape to the tents for now. Again, like I said, I mean, there was a precision airstrike drop, but does he know that? Is Yost going to, tell his teammate that that utility is on the ground? Because it could be a strong bailout weapon. And if you want it, it could be it, but he's got to drop the buy station first. Looking to buy back his teammates, at least one. He's got $3,000, so this could definitely work out in his favor, but the circle is closing in, Tiff.
This is a massive moment right here. Let's talk about this. The teammate comes back in from the gulag, gets the buyback on Yost. Now they just need to make it out of this circle. The rotation gas mask has been executed, and look who's gatekeeping them. That's going to be 2 players. Marskis is going to be able to get a crack on them, but unfortunately does not able to get their shields back up. You cannot see through the storm, and now this is what's going to have to happen. Indivent and Yost are going to have to land away from Marskis, but wait a second.
He's still got a gulag.
Why did I think gulag closed?
We can guess.
This is going to be easy for him. You know what? Indivent is going to fall, but Yost still alive, just trying to keep it alive. Now, mind you, coming into this game, they were 28 points down, and they want that auto qual spot. So every placement point they can get, every elim, is all going to matter.
Every move you make, every step you take. Caldera, people are watching you. Marski's looking to clutch up now for his team. And he's going to get ripped. That could have been the biggest kill right there for your team to shut down Barry. They were 28 points away from 3rd place behind Queen's University going into this game. They had a chance to stay alive. Wheels still kicking for FGCU too, but Optimal Flame's going to catch him lacking. 14th place for FGCU. Barry not too far behind. CSU still alive and kicking as things are only getting better and better as this game closes out. Shotgun, another gunfight. Semtex again to weed out that player. Trying to armor up is going to be good enough. No, it's not, but his teammates right behind him to clutch up. Optimal Flame keeping Stalker alive.
Yeah, you've got to get your trades. That was well done. That's how you know the communication is alive and well, right? You time your pushes. You do everything that you properly can do to make sure you find success. But here's the deal. Northwood University is really sitting pretty at this point. They may not have a super high massive kill game. Thugger only has 2 eliminations, but sometimes you just got to make sure that you have the only real estate available. Look at the zone. There's a couple houses sporadically thrown out, but these are not safe buildings. They're all no doors, big windows, and it's really hard to kind of turtle up inside of them, but you are able to get a lot of information. But you're playing your life. You're playing for placement. 10 squads remaining. And if I'm not mistaken, when we got to see a little bit of Barry Barry earlier, they had at least 15 eliminations to their name. This could be a big enough game if they can do what Jet Z did from Queen's University there in map number 3 and just played their life, soloed out to second place. We need something like that from them here.
Just rat it out at that point if you're Barry. I do have to ask, what is that hat? Because that's
the vibe hat, bruh. Like,
it's just
he's
distracting me.
chilling.
Am I just not hip enough to understand?
Look, you're just gonna have to hit up Thugger and just be like, yo, bro, like, hey, let me get the deets for that hat. Meanwhile, getting absolutely tagged up, does not have any shields available to kind of plate up with, so that's gonna be really tough for them to put on. And you get the audio alert, enemy dropping into your AO, and you've got that ground loot NZ, but now able to get that second loadout that drops from the customs, and they want to go ahead and gear up. This is going to be able to give them some, ooh, that's a little dicey when you're just outside, but hey, some shoots coming in from this local cavern here, and Thugger trying to peek all at this different times. They're going to get stunned, and Bink's going to fall, and this could be an issue right now. If you're CSU, you could take first if they go out here.
You woke up the bear now, and you have to deal with the consequences. That's CSU on the inside to take them down, rip out Northwood University. A chance for them to overtake first place and get that $300 from the qualifier. As we move over to UWO, looks like VGC or VCU are out of contention for this game.
Yeah, that's very unlucky, but Wheels on your screen has 8 eliminations, 5 teams remaining. So far these players will be walking away with a 1.8x multiplier in Wheels. Given the call out to this local palm tree here, and this circle will be completely open. And we talk about the utilization of Berthas and everything else, deployable covers. These are the times where having something like that would prove a little fruitful, right? You'd have a little bit of cover, but hey, just a palm tree will work. But now stimming for some, yeah, gotta close the distance, going in, find the little guy hiding in the palm tree. Good thing your teammate was able to get the trade, but someone is also lurking in the distance because it's a little bit of a third party here, and Richie, last man standing for the school, and can they keep the dream alive?
That's a big question. We're gonna keep things going. Fisher, Falcons, reaping the benefits of those fallen players, trying to get out of that sticky situation. 3 trios left. A little bit of covering fire from Schmalz. Picking away at the armor, picking away at the resources. A down from beyond, so a little bit of a third party going on in Fisher Falcons. They got a little bit of help, Tiff. They're going to try to take the high ground, and they will get it. Nice shots there from Schmalz. A team wipe's going to come through. 2 teams left. It looks like it's a 3v2.
Yeah, this is gonna be a little dicey now. A 2v2 and 1 player in sight. Gonna have a nice shield crack right there, but does get tagged up. Someone is able to get a down. So now the question is, can they finish it off? You can see that Ka and Schmalz are kind of going in and approaching this player from 2 different angles, and I really like this from them. What are they gonna do with the, oh my gosh, are you trying to style on this man, Schmalz? Are you trying to style on them, taking to the sky? And you don't need to do anything. That's a Warzone victory from the air. Hands up. Congrats, Schmalz and co, for taking the dub.
Congratulations on Fisher Falcons taking the dub in our last game of the day. And you see how it ended there. It looked like one of those, like, you wonder how it got here with Schmalz at the end. And it was quite the ride for them to get there indeed. I mean, it wasn't the best runs for them throughout the qualifier so far, but ending on a high note, and we can see how that's going to affect the standings, going into or finishing off the games for today. We had quite the shakeup and quite the story throughout that last game, Tiff. I mean, Queen's University going down so early in 35th place opens up the door for FGCU and Barry to try to, weave their way into 3rd place, see if they can auto-qualify for playoffs through the second qualifier. The only question is did they do enough? Did they get it done? I mean, we were watching Barry. They had 15 kills throughout their team, but they still went down pretty early throughout those multipliers. So it's just a question. They were 28 points away from Queen's University in 3rd place going into that last game. Is it enough to not just take over Queens, but also jump over FGCU? Because Kirsch, we saw them throughout that in airfield, and they made it quite a ways, along, just like Barry. I think they went out around the same time Barry did as well, so they're going to be getting some multipliers for themselves too.
Yeah, it's going to be really dicey, and it's going to come down to the number of elims, you know, that placement multiplier. And you said it, was it enough, Seymour? And I guess we're just going to have to wait and see while all the people behind the scenes do all of the math, because, you know, I'm not going to do any math on screen. It would be near impossible for me. But shout out to everyone who kind of played today, right? Showing out for these 4 amazing maps in the College Warzone qualifier number 2. And as we go through these 7 qualifiers to kind of find out who is going to make their way into playoffs, these teams that come out with those automatic bids once you get in the top 3, if you haven't already qualified, right? Because the issue was Northwood and CSU running in first to second place already have that automatic bid to playoffs, and now they're just kind of duking it out to see who's going to take that first place and that $300 for the day home. So that's another journey that we're kind of waiting to see as well.
Well, there's only one way to find out, and it's to wait for the ops team to calculate our victors for the day. Before we go to a break, don't forget we still got one more giveaway from Fanatical to pick up. $50 gift card on the line. If you haven't checked out Fanatical just yet, !Fanatical in the chat, !raffle to get on board for that giveaway, and you could be walking away with a little bit extra cheddar cheese to maybe buy some video games from Fanatical and climb inside or climb up in the library to make sure that on the off season you have some games to play and vibe out on. We're going to head to a break, get things calculated, bump up the numbers for these leaderboards, and when we come back, we're going to announce our 3 qualified teams from qualifier number 2. Welcome back to College Warzone. My name is Seymour. Alongside me is Spider Tiff. We're here to announce our victors for the day. And Tiff, why don't you do the honors?
Look, before we show it, we had two things we were looking at. Was Northwood going to come out on top, or was CSU Rams going to kind of evict them from the top of the leaderboard? And could FGCU or Barry Bucks do enough to kind of evict Queens Esports out of that third place and maybe get an auto qualification spot for the playoffs? And I don't know, but I think we have the leaderboards ready, so I'm excited to see, did they do enough? Let's take a look.
Yes, they did. Oh my word.
Go.
Barry Bucks, I mean, they make the run. They get it done. And a third place finish to auto qualify with 88.8 points. What a run they had too at the end there. You know, I was a little bit worried when I saw it, but in Marski's, he was not worried one bit.
Not worried one bit indeed. And shout out to that team for doing everything they needed to do. Sometimes you got to just have the ice in your veins. You got to lock it in. And at one point, I knew they had north of 15 eliminations and had already gotten through the mid game. And I was like, you know what? I don't know what happened to them because we came down to like 3 final teams and I didn't see the Barry Bucks. And I was like, oh my gosh, this could be really tantalizing. And a great job to Queens Esports for coming in 4th place with 81.15 points. Unfortunately, that last map just wasn't your game, but don't worry, there are plenty of qualifiers remaining. And hey, the debate between Northwood Esports and CSU Rams has been decided, with Northwood coming out on top with 111.7 points and CSU Rams coming in with 105.75 points. So Tholastic, you gave a beautiful speech at the beginning with CSU Rams. You were like, hey, I'm gonna be really disappointed if you guys don't come out, right? They were like, hey, we're watching you. I'm gonna be disappointed. And unfortunately, you know, CSU Rams, 2nd place, they're gonna have to run it back next week, right?
I mean, they're gonna have to run it back next week. At this point, I think the only consistent thing I'm looking at through College Warzone is that Northwood #1, CSU #2. That's all you got to know going into qualifier #3, is that they're looking to go back to back to back with the #1 and #2 placings. This time, you know, Texas A&M International were the team to auto qualify in 3rd place last week. This time, Barry Bucks, they make the run. They sneak in last second to overcome Queens University and FGCU. Queens University dropped to #4, and #5, surprisingly, Fisher College made quite the run in that last game. Prod was telling us, you know, they had probably like a 19-kill game in that last one to completely jump the lines into that 5th place spot. So, you know, it's one of those things where you're looking at Fisher College, who didn't have the best start to this qualifier. If they had a good start, like they had a good end, they could have been one of the teams in the top 3 as well. So, I mean, this is hyping me up because both Fisher College and Barry Bucks were 2 new teams coming into this qualifier that we noted on the top of show, Tiff. And to see both of them in the top 5, it goes to show that there's so much talent inside of the CCL that we haven't yet seen. And I can't wait to see what other teams are going to be joining into the next qualifiers.
And I love that you brought that up because we do have 7 qualifiers, right? And typically, should 3 different teams place in the top 3 throughout those 7 qualifiers, we would have, you know, however many math, I believe 21 total auto-qualified teams. But when you have teams that are kind of repeating and taking that top, and congrats Northwood for netting yourself an additional $300. That's amazing, $100 to each player. Basically, what's going to happen is that just means more teams will kind of qualify for playoffs based off playoff points. There's a beautiful video that you can find on YouTube that might have my voice that helps kind of explain this in further more details, but you can't auto-qualify twice. So today, the only auto-qualifying team will be Barry Bucks. The rest are just gonna have to qualify on points.
Now let's take a look at our victors for today. Your College Warzone qualifier #2. #1, Northwood Esports. #2, CSU Rams. #3, Barry Bucks. I am so impressed with these 3 teams and what we've seen through today. But, you know, to see Northwood Esports not only be your CCL 2022 victors back inside of the season for Vanguard, but to now be tearing it up in Warzone as well. If you're not looking as this team to be a dynasty in CCL, I mean, they are making their name in this league.
Hey, they're doing everything that they need to do, and I see a lot of Thugger on the timeline just grinding out consistently, and the grind pays off, right? Sometimes if you just want it, and you're talented, you got it. And I'd love to see him run it back. I'd be curious to see kind of how they shape up in Qualifier 3. But for now, congratulations to Barry Bucks for getting that auto qualification in, because you came here, you did exactly what you needed to do, and you held in and locked it in for that last map.
Yeah, congratulations to all the teams that placed in that top 3. Barry Bucks, the new qualifier for playoffs. That we're going to be seeing them later on in the season. But that's going to be all for today, Tiff. I mean, what a day we've had so far. You know, a roller coaster of emotions for sure throughout all of these maps. You know, maybe it was a little bit of a hiccup at the start to see it, but, you know, all these teams, you know, they found their footing into the later games. You saw a lot of consistency out of some teams. Was there anything that really surprised you throughout today?
No, it's definitely going to be the helicopter throw into the UTV that kind of evicted that person out of it. I can't remember the player's name, and I'm so sorry for the person that happened to, because it might have been someone from Barry Bucks for some reason.
Wasn't it Dragon Dino?
No, so it was. You're right. Dragon Dino from VCU. Very unfortunate for him. I kind of enjoyed it. I said at the very beginning that I would love to see some helicopters be thrown on people, and I got to witness it. So that is my joy. But congratulations to all the players for playing your heart out today, all the people behind the scenes to make this dream come true for y'all, and have a lot of College Warzone, because it's always a good time with y'all.
And there's still a lot of College Warzone to be seen throughout the rest of this season. That's going to be all for tonight, folks. Big thank you to Fanatical and America's Navy for helping put on the show, as well as all of the prod behind the scenes making this thing run. But we're going to see you next Monday, same place, same time, for Qualifier number 3. We'll see you there.